Never. No, I never did Ziv. Never even heard of it. I thought Evil Genius was a pro esports team. Xbox Game Pass. Yeah, it really was a good match. You're not probably not here yet, but it really was a good match. That was the fish. Well, I woke up at 3:30, fishing on the mind. Grinded crafting lures for an hour, which was hell. Wasted all my money doing that. You get a happy hour bonus where you get better chance at skill ups every day, once a day. So I put my nose to the literal grindstone and crafted spoons for an hour. Make you balsa minnows? I'm almost there. I'm gonna make presents for everyone. Can't wait. But RuneScape most day? Yeah, man. Just wake up with a need to grind. I got my lure crafting from 36 to 75 today though, so I'm on my way to being a master lure crafter. So then do better than the hunter. Original pink minnow was doing really well for me there too. But I'll tell you what, for just enjoyable fishing, you just can't beat spinners, man. Poppers have done alright too. I need a mix. I always gotta run, and Corey, I always gotta run at least one spinner to keep things interesting. Otherwise it gets too slow. If I make a fucking loop around that island and don't catch a fish, I'm ready for bed. That you exist and you're thinking about me. Oh, that's cute. Hi, Neil. How are you? Good to see you still exist. When you eat grilled cheese, you think about me? Dude, I haven't eaten a grilled cheese in forever. That sounds really good. Is this an incredibly large burbot? No. I mean, he's decent. What a weird fish. Sometimes I think sci-fi makes aliens look ridiculous, but then I remember shit like this exists. You know? Thanks for stopping in, though, Neil. I appreciate it, man. Hope you have a good holiday. Yeah, I just ordered all my daughter's presents. She's obsessed with fidgets, which is great for my wallet because they're like dirt cheap. I ordered her like 40 presents today for like $92. I mean, she'll like hate them all within a matter of a couple months, but who cares? You know, Christmas is going to be exciting. Anil, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Get her 41. Thank you, I will. She deserves it. She got a lovely review of it. See, I've just gotten old now, Neil. I used to be like, you know, Dick Hammer, chain smoking weirdo. Now I'm just chain vaping dad. I got nothing to talk about, but like, hey, conferences were today, got really good good marks. Teacher gave us like this whole speech at the end about being awesome parents, that she can tell how much we care about our daughter and stuff. It was very sweet. I almost cried. But that's all I've got to talk about now. I don't do anything else. That's the best feeling? Yeah. I made more money when I talked about, you know, sleeping with randoms. Getting old. 9 years. No, not yet. Coming up on 9 years. It's amazing how many of us are still here, though. Not at your company necessarily, but here streaming. Yeah, really, that's what I really need to do is just get my kid to get on the Tic Tac. Do some weird hand shuffle thing to songs. Generic white text on the screen. Dude, I don't even watch that shit. I don't even know. What is today? The 3rd? My brother's coming to stay with me for a week. And his wife. That sounded like I didn't like her. It's more that just like, you know, if it was just your brother, you don't gotta like do extra cleaning and stuff like that. Just, it's your brother, whatever. He's seen you at your worst. But his wife is coming, and it's like it's our first holiday while they're married, so gotta get the house all in order. I really am just a boring ass adult now. Fuck. I didn't do anything today. And it's not just that I'm playing a fishing simulator. Real life, too. Time for Midlife Crisis Part 1. I don't have any money for a midlife crisis. Not like a good one. If my midlife crisis would be like, oops, the IRS took all my shit. Guess I'm gonna go live in the woods. I don't like get to buy a Corvette or something. This lure keeps missing bites. It's just a crisis in the middle of my life. I hope that's just one sneeze and not the next 15 minutes of my life. Tight lines, tight lines. For the newbies, I found an incredibly hot spot on Mosquito earlier. Let me see if I still have the coordinates. I marked him over here earlier. It was so crazy I couldn't keep up with it. Just using worms. That's it. Bunch of tench, too. It was just a really random spot. A community cult village thing? I've been trying to start a cult for years. I hope that's not against TOS. Anil's not here anymore. But, like, nobody wants to... I need the oil baron to give us enough money to get our, you know, our property. Can't have a cult without a place to... It's a cult. Can you catch the birds as using a bait? Dude, the fucking pond by Mosquito, or not by Mosquito, Unwinding, that's actually hell. The crickets are so bad there at night, it will drive you mad. We could do a Twitch lottery pool. There we go. Yeah, turn off background sounds of that. Dude, it's so bad there. I did not realize. So the problem with the game is they have like these spawn locations for sound, and when you get close to them... Now that is TOS? Oh, alright. Shh, 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 shh. Yeah, when you get close to them, they just get insanely loud. Instead of it just being like a noise in your right ear, it's actually got a location for where the sound is generated. So when you happen on cricket speaker, it's loud. They kill the monk. Can't believe I wasted all my money making dumb lures. I didn't even make any good ones. Anyone wants some, like, 9 out of 10 quality Xander spoons? Not even 10 out of 10 quality. I think I'd have to dump some skill points in it if I don't want to waste a fortune trying to craft 10 out of 10. Just throw trash in the river. That's basically what I did with it. I gave it to Tommy. They are made with love. You could tell. I sent one to Tommy too, and he said, I legitimately thought that was a piece of coal. It did kind of look like a piece of coal. See you, Tommy. Oh, you got into Final Fantasy 14. Thought you weren't going to be able to play. Poor Jasky is being kind to his community and waiting. Is it killing you, Jasky? Or not really? Fish got away. Where? When? What the fuck? I must have had one on that line the minute I set it down. When it's cold, I'm winding. I don't know nothing about winding. Yeah, I hear you, Jess. Yeah, and I think it's a wise choice. I mean, you start on day one and you pray that you're going to get... But you've been doing this long enough to know that the odds of you getting that hype just aren't real, right? Instead, make the best of what you get. Yeah. Make the best of a sure thing. And you're streaming fishing. Yeah, I've been for a little bit. Yeah, exactly, Jesse. The game, like I said, your surefire audience, the ones you can rely on to be there, would prefer it your way than you shooting for the moon and praying that somehow you're gonna end up in the top 10 streamers playing Final Fantasy 14 when there's gonna be how many thousand people doing it? Yeah, exactly, Jesse. But I think in general, as streamers, that's kind of a pretty consistent trap we fall for. Is that we're gonna catch that hype, yo. Get lucky on this game. And instead you just alienate the part of your audience that doesn't want you to spoil their new games for them. I think I found a new way to catch fish. By catch fish, I mean land fish. I've been really struggling with this whole we can't shift thing anymore. And I think I've found a new way to land fish. It's been successful every single time. I'm hoping to get into a hog so I can test it again. It wouldn't work unless you're on land. Yeah, Jesse. It's such a strange looking game to me. Like, super hard to follow. And I played a lot of MMOs in my day. But I'm always confused what the fuck is going on. There's so many random cutscenes and... It's still a Final Fantasy game, huh? Gold Rush the game. No. Seems similar to fishing. Is there fish? And fishing poles? Alright, let's see. This one might pull a little drag. So I really believe that if you want to get fishing faster, maybe it's just because of the current, where these fish get really dumb with the current. But that you can walk them back. And really move them pretty good in the water. Where reeling doesn't... Look how much it moves. Look at how much it just moved compared to all that reeling I did. The issue is I don't know how often they fall off on shore. I don't usually let them flop around on shore that long. That one wasn't actually very big. I need a bigger one. But I don't feel like I've ever lost a fish walking. Like, if I just were to... What if I were to stop reeling and just... Okay, okay, okay. At the end of the day, I still gotta take in that line, though. Dude does a spastic thing and swings the rod behind himself. That's weird. My dude doesn't do that. They make them. Unfortunately, you can't pick them up if they fall off the line on the ground. I've watched one just flop around on the ground for a while. But I really do think it, like, those were bad examples of, but I really do think there's an argument for it, especially with the current, because they get so caught up in the current that it gets really hard to move them just because of the current. Hey, Connor. I'm not catching any quality fish here. Oh, there we go. Fell on the ground, it was dirty, so you couldn't eat it. Are you no longer friends with that person? Because that's the only answer. Never heard of the 5-second rule. It applies to living fish, too. And he luckily doesn't fish anymore. Oh, at least that happened. Because it definitely didn't seem like a good hobby for him. Well, it doesn't seem to be working as well. Maybe it's just once they get near the top, you can really get movement out of them. Yeah, once they're up top, then you can scoot them. I don't feel like I'm catching quality with that spoon. A lot of numbers, though. Yeah, it's been only Chum and Dolly Varden on that spoon, exclusively. Oh wait, no, I think I caught one rainbow. I don't eat potatoes because they grow in that filthy ass dirt. It does suck when you can't. I mean, I don't hate it, but it does suck when you can't really get a potato to. I don't know. Sometimes they just have a little bit of a dirt taste to them. Can't get them to clean. I scrub mine sometimes, and they still end up with a little dirt taste. I don't even mind it that bad, more that I just feel like I should be able to get rid of it. Maybe I need to soak them longer. My ex-wife loved the smell of dirt, and I think she secretly liked the taste because she was always getting like extra sprouts, and sprouts just taste like dirt. I don't think she ever grew out of her mud pie phase. I had a little cousin that I swear to God must have ate 100 pounds of dirt. His parents would let him eat his mud pies, and I'm like, you shouldn't. That can't be good. It's not like get sick, disease, or anything like that in the dirt. It's like, I just don't think the human body's made to process pounds of dirt. Scrub it with steel wool. That sounds like too much work. I'll just eat dirt. Catfish on a crank? Like you're hooked into it, or did you land it? It was a babby. You vividly remember the taste? It was preschool. Like, you know, the smell of dirt right before it rains, or right as it starts to rain. I think what it is it's raining in the distance, and you smell the dirt. Which lake is this? Yama. Lived in SoCal most of your life. Alright, well. Habitable places where human beings should live. It's a nice smell. My brother moved to fucking Fresno, and like, it's just now summer there, which is pretty weird. They have like, I guess Australians probably have some of that too. They just have such a horrible hot summer that it's unusable. And now the temperatures they keep sharing on Facebook is like, oh, your normal summer is here now. Goddamn gold rush. Anytime I've like actually stayed in Southern California, it's always been in the shitty like eastern side of the state. You know, the poor areas. And I experience all this weather that people tell me doesn't exist in Southern California, like rain and snow. I think the part about California that confuses me the most is the commute times that people are willing to accept in their life. That would be it. I could deal with the heat. I could get used to it. The dry. But I could never get used to the commutes. My friend growing up, it was a little over an hour each way for his commute for work. Oh man, the 112-degree summer. I mean, I just said, Tommy, your summer's here now, though, right? Like, I'm not gonna leave the house for the next 3 months. You have a normal human being summer now. Is forced to accept? I mean, yeah. That's, I guess. I'd just be poor. The alternative option to forced to accept is, you know, just be really poor. This rod cannot do the walk the dog thing. Nope. Unfortunately, it is, I believe, too short. I've 2 rods that cannot walk the dog, and no matter what speed I do, and I believe it's the length of the rod. I thought at first it was a stiffness thing, but this rod's a lot stiffer than my other one, and I got 2 of these rods that are down at like, I think it's 2.1 meters, right? Yeah, and I have another one. This one I think is a mixture of short and soft. This one's not soft though. Oh, I guess it's kind of soft. It doesn't look as soft. No, maybe it is just a soft thing then. Because all of these can do it. Every other spinning rod I own can do it. So it must just be a stiffness. Maybe it's not length at all. Yeah, you're 2.4 and can do it. Which, I mean, that tracks. Real life, it's super hard to use the top water on a soft rod. You could do it though. That's at least up like a little popper like this. It's a 3-gram popper. Hey, I got $2. Now you are slightly less poor. Congratulations. Thanks, babe. Appreciate it. Pseudo walk the dog. Yeah, it still catches fish. There's a bunch of guys who are doing some technique with speed, but I can't get the timing right. It's like you go 50 and just pause. I need someone to explain it to me better. I've also heard people are having some success using speed up on top water out here. I don't know. I've never really conformed. I just use a technique that feels fine to me. That didn't catch me no fish. The spoon seems better on the ultralight than this little popper. I went right by it, huh? Same with the spoons out here. I think a lot of people are using speed up again instead of a jig step. Stop and go was really popular for a while. I can't get any of those prompts to work on this rod either, though. Just a half reel turn at a 50 speed on the top water. Is that all it is? That sounds exhausting. Yeah, you're in your hot hell season now, right, Jesse? Dream of living in Michigan? You don't want to live here. Unless you really want snow every year. You get a little of that. We don't get a ton. Well, go to northern Michigan, you can have all the snow you want. They probably already got snow sticking on the ground there. 80% humidity from December to March, baby. Oh, you forgot I'm in Michigan. Yeah. I love it here. But I don't think most people would. There's just nothing. You know, a lot of nothing. Which I'm fine with. I don't mind it. Which is funny because I made fun of California's commutes. It's like 15 minutes for me to go to the gas station. But, like, that's still not an hour. And I don't have to go every day. There's some nice hipster areas like Kalamazoo and Grand Rapids have some pretty cool stuff going on for people in their 20s and 30s. If you like people. I don't. Winter, July, and August. Enjoy your lurk. Do you guys have air though, Jesse? Like air conditioning? It weirds me out how many places don't have air. Yeah. I love that. They just don't though, Kill the Monk. It's not it's wildly not true. There are so many places where air conditioning is not the norm. It's not, and I mean obviously rich people have it, and you know there'll be exceptions to the rule, right? But the majority of people in many areas like the West Coast, like Washington, air conditioning is just not popular there. Middle East summers, I'm good. Yeah, I think that's part of the same problem with Washington is the older homes. I think the newer ones are getting updated like, but like even old Victorians here have been updated with HVAC and central air, you know. I guess it's because our furnaces are so much more important. They're like necessary to survive, and then while they're doing our furnaces, they're like, might as well add air conditioning. And we're like, hell yeah, dude. It only gets like 90 degrees here for a couple weeks out of the year. That's okay. I'm gonna run my air all year round. My best friends keep their fucking thermostat at 66 degrees. It is frigid in the summer. Almost none of your new apartments in Seattle have AC. Still crazy, dude. And Seattle's getting warm, man. 66 is the perfect sleeping temperature. I'll agree with that, but it's not the perfect sit around at the kitchen table or on the couch. Like, I don't want to eat dinner at 66. You better eat fast, or your food's gonna be fucking cold. We also do. I guess Yeah, it is. I guess just a case of our winters, man. Like where we really put a lot into our insulation and our air. And they're like, well, AC makes sense, even though our temps aren't scorching anyway. Yeah, one of my friends lived in Seattle and just couldn't take it anymore. Couldn't take the heat. It got so hot there. He said he loved it for so many years, but it just kept getting warmer and warmer in the fires. So they went to Canada, became Canadian. Why does this have fucking ground bait on it? It's impossible to eat hot dinner. That shit drives me crazy, dude. I keep inviting my dad for dinner, and he's always fucking 30 minutes late. And I'm like, I'm eating. I'm not waiting. I don't want my dinner to be cold. There's so many things that just aren't as good cold. Like a mashed potato cold? Get out of here. You want to live in Saskatoon? I think you're the only one. So, you got that going for you. Exactly, Opie. That's what I'm saying. I think they're officially the only person that wants to live in Saskatoon. Canada does have some great names. Just quality stuff. Fun to say. Yeah, I haven't been able to get an amber either, man. It's when it's hot, it's hot. When somebody gives me a spot that's on fire and you go there and but it only feels like you get a couple hours of good amber and then you better find a new spot and figure out what's going on. Late game bottom fishing in general feels like something you're doing secondary. You're not actively doing it. Well, I think so many of us have gone to spinning. The majority of us are spinners. I had a conferences today, so I ended up having to stay up super late. That's why I'm awake now. Uh, but I left a fucking perch in the water trying to catch a sturgeon for 2.5 hours and nothing ate it. Shift is so bad now, man. I hate it. Stuck on 28. I don't even know what you have unlocked at 28. You did tuba at 28? Yeah, you gotta be, right? I love Tuba, man. It's my favorite place. The original walkers are doing really well with the asp. I was trolling 2 of them. I rarely troll 2 of the same lure, but I was trolling 2 of them there. The southern half of the map, where all the river mouths are. Alright, this is slow. Stay the fuck down. I'm sure sturgeon are fine to eat. Most fish is quite similar. I don't know if you can even keep a sturgeon here. I've never had caviar, but the concept of it is quite disgusting. I've collected it. Well, I've collected salmon roe. People eat that shit too, don't they? I used to, when we catch salmon, we'd take it across the street to this old man with a bait shop, and we'd give him all the raw salmon eggs, and then he'd give us back like an amount that was already tied up and ready to go as bait. Salmon eggs at least look like tiny little baby yolks, you know? Sturgeon. Caviar looks gross. Can you keep a sturgeon? Oh, wait. All lake sturgeon must be immediately released. No. The typical lifespan is 55 years for males and 70 to 100 years for females. Fried shad roe. Really? I didn't know shad were used for anything but bait. What type of shad is that from? It's like 97 shads. A fish is going to outlive you? Yes. Hey, cat. Thanks. Man, all my char are gone. My white spotted char. It's just Dolly Vardens. You look like a shoe. All Dolly Vardens. Hell yeah, that's a good one. Is there a fish on here? No. It's the American shad. If you're curious which shad it is, I just Googled it. The American shad of the Hudson River. Yeah, it's just really hard to beat Yama, man. I don't hate fishing it, but um, it's frustrating that there's just I can't find anywhere this competitive, especially experience-wise. The experience here is bonkers. Good pun title, thank you. Jesse hates puns. Too bad he's part of this fishing guild. And apparently part of the NA, according to Russian Fishing. He's proud to be an American. Yeah, bloodworms are gross. I'm glad we have just regular worms. Regular old ground earthworms. Not Hell Satan bloodworms. Worms with any teeth. I wouldn't care if their teeth were made out of hair. I wouldn't want I just wouldn't want teeth in my worms. Worms are just like lowly enough for me that I don't mind killing them by the 1,000 every year, you know? I can't even like enjoy fishing with crickets or something. They got like a face, you know? I don't want to just keep hooking a face over and over and over. Worms ain't got no face. What if worms had little arms? Yeah, I wouldn't like that either. I'm glad worms are what worms are. They don't even like shit. They just poop out dirt and stuff. You really just don't. It's hard to have a lot of care for a worm, you know? You don't even make your own poop. You just shit dirt. It's not even real poop. The worm in Super Auto Pets has a face? Yeah, that's why I don't put him on a hook. It's great dirt, yeah. Do they only have one hole? I just assumed it went in one end and came out the other. You can't really see the wormhole. It's not like it's a gaping wormhole. Wish Lacquer was here. I want to ask him why Toad's got so much piss. Is that a thing everywhere? Why do I like this game? I like it. It's fun. Fishing. Simulator. Our toads, Jasky, every time you pick one up, just pisses like a hose. You can't grab a toad here without it pissing all over you. And you're like, damn, dude, you're a tiny little critter. Why you got so much piss? It's not every animal. It's just that's not true. Please don't lie to me. I've picked up lots of animals and they don't all piss immediately all over me. Frogs don't do it. Just the toads. It's pretty scary. Okay, I get defense mechanism stuff. I'm just wondering specifically toads over frogs. There's more to it than like he just pissed 'cause scared. I'm sure that piss has something extra. There's some cool scientific fact about that toad piss I want to know. Desert tortoises do the same thing. Secret piss secrets. Yeah, dude, maybe like I mean that's just the least exciting way to describe it. Cuz like here's the deal, right? Those defense mechanisms, they aren't created for random child decided to pick me up. right? That's not what they're designed for. That toad's biology wasn't determined over, hey, dude, I bet in the future kids are going to lift me up a lot, and then pissing on them will be funny. I wish it was. Search toad piss, right? One of the first results. Hit me. Is it why toads piss so much? A scientific paper. Thank you. Oh, well. It's not exactly the direction I wanted to go, but I'm curious. Do you like piss on the toad and it gets a couple of blue lines on its back? Is there secretly a toad in every pregnancy test? Toad blood? Is that how those pregnancy tests work? They inject it into toads. Oh. I've shit and pissed all over myself trying to eat me now, fucker. The weird part about that is I see toads getting eaten all the time. Because you know what? You know what loves toads? Hognose snakes. They fucking love toads. My defense, their defense mechanism clearly doesn't work. Exactly, Jasky. Maybe there's more to this piss thing after all. The toads have a 5-day cooldown before they can be used again? Yeah, maybe they got a weird kink. Too heavy to drag in once you tired it to death? Did it break your line? In those scenarios, you can attempt to lock or drive to it if you're in a boat, or try using momentum to pull it back. But it does happen. But locking, meaning turning your friction brake all the way up, can sometimes get it in, but it's also a risk to break your shit. My fishing has just died. The toad tests were the first mainstream pregnancy test? See, aren't you glad I brought up toad piss? Upset to know this? Why? I understand what you're saying, but the results aren't like I'm watching these toads, right? I got a video like last year of a snake swallowing a toad that was far too big for it. He didn't give a fuck that toad was pissing or shitting. He was just swallowing anyways. Like, some guy was like, dude, I wonder if we inject frogs with pregnant women piss, something will happen. Hell yeah, bro, science. It makes them lay eggs? Man, this is a wild ride. Half its body in one log? No, but I believe it because they piss so much. They got an insane amount of urine. I had like a 30-pound catfish, just diarrhea everywhere on my boat. It was the worst. I've never had it again or before. Just this one time. I think he just had an upset tummy. But it was so much disgusting shit. Why are you putting them? Wait, whoa, whoa, whoa. The only way to kill them, stab them through the head or put them in your freezer. Why? Why do you need to get rid of them? What are those toads doing? Are they assaulting you? A 40 kilo Chinook. Easy. Yeah, oh, that's true. Get a slingshot. That video of the hognose eating this toad was actually crazy to me. It was this tiny little hognose, this giant toad. Like, you know, toads got big fat bodies, right? It only had like the face of the toad and its tiny little snake mouth. And I know, yeah, their jaws disconnect, you know, dislocate, and they get really big, and they swallow things twice their size, and like everyone's telling me all this shit, right? And I'm sitting here watching this snake try to eat this toad. One, the snake didn't give a fuck that I was there. Normally, snakes, they don't like people. But when it had a meal in its mouth, it was committed to swallowing that, and it didn't give a shit. I could touch it, walk around it, it was fine. It was committed on the task of big swallow. And I was like waiting, like, when's this snake gonna really get his mouth around the body of this toad? Do the snake thing that everyone on Twitter keeps telling me about, dislocating his jaws, no problem, he's got it. That didn't happen, chat. That's not how it went down. That's not exactly the way some snakes be swallowing toads. What happened was he sat there applying pressure long enough that eventually the entire inside of the toad exploded out the toad's asshole. And then he just horfed it down. Just real easy, like. Now that I've just got this empty shell of a toad, because I popped him like a big zit, he's real easy to swallow. And I was truly impressed. But sometimes it's not as simple as, like, this is how snakes are snakes are metal, dude. He had that fucking frog in his mouth, toad in his mouth, for like 45 minutes to pop him. And I don't think he planned to ever swallow him. I think he knew that the end result was going to be, I'm going to pop this motherfucker, and then he'll be easy to swallow. Like a toad gusher, yeah. I'm pretty sure hognose have like a nearly exclusive toad diet. I know when we were looking at getting or keeping one as a pet, like that was all they suggested as food. They had these little toad pellets and everything. So if you hug a person long enough, tight enough, long enough. I mean, there was like a noise and everything that went off. He popped. You can feed mice and bugs and shit. Really? They even like suggested toad pellets if you weren't willing to like deal with getting little toads. There's probably different hognose too. I've lived in this town my entire life, and well, basically all of my life that I can remember. And it's truly astonishing how different the ecosystem is here by the lake. Like there are bugs and snakes and birds and so many things that I had no idea existed that I now do from living by a lake for 3 years. It is insane. It was a little freaky at first. Like Googling every spider. What is this? There's like 75,000 varieties of spider here. Oh, what was that? Big old hog just horfed her at shore. I'm gonna take my fish for a walk. See this though? Look at that. I was fighting him so hard. No, that's the tug and run. Hairy frogs break their own fingers to be used as claws. Man, that's a tough life. Dude, I'm a weta gamer. I don't know why I started talking like a baby because I said weta. Weta gamer. We don't even have like real cockroaches here. Just these tiny little fuckers that aren't at all gross. I mean, I guess if they were all up in your life, they'd be gross, but... Yeah, I said it earlier, like, I was watching sci-fi thinking, man, they make aliens look really ridiculous sometimes. But then there's, like, all these bugs and fish and animals that exist that it's like, yeah, that's probably a fair guess at what an alien looks like. Yeah, see, the asp have been pretty good down there. One bit your ass once, though? Like in a nice, friendly, playful way, or was it a mean, don't sit on me kind of way? It was in your shorts. And none too happy that I put them on. so it's so it's kind of a friendly way. It's like, yo, bro, just stay naked. That's cool. Nobody ever bites my ass when I get dressed. My daughter's had the worst luck with bugs and critters. Like a week apart, she accidentally drank a spider. And like panicked with a spider in her mouth to let it like move around in her instead of just like you just swallow it down, you know? She like let it be in her mouth. And then she my dog is really old and has like 4 teeth. So we mix a little water into her dry food to soften it up for her. So my daughter left this cup of water over by where the dog's food was. And she went to pour it into the dog's dish, and a mouse was in the cup. If you didn't know, a great mouse trap is just a cup of water with smooth sides. They go in to get a drink, and they can't get out. And so she poured a mouse out, and then it ran up her. And now she's just terrified. She doesn't even like to open the cabinets in our kitchen because she's afraid there could be something inside. Late fall, we get mice so bad out here, dude. The grapes come down and the mice try to get in to get warm. And I'm like fucking Charlie, the Rat King over here, murdering mice. $25 keepers in 1.5 days. Is that good? I'm trying to decide if that's good. Are they salmon? If salmon, then good. Because that would be like $400. They're not salmon. It's not very good, huh? I had weirdly decent luck too, Jasky, with Hunter 1 in the blue. I was like trying to get pike, and then I just kept getting salmon on it. Yeah, the salmon there are so spotty. Tommy and I did a tournament there yesterday, and I didn't catch a single one. And then at the end of the tournament, I was like, time to beat Tommy, and caught 3 in a row. Oh. I don't want to be shamed like Jasky. I'm just trying to help your 25 fish, but it was a lot of perch and pike overall in our tournament. I think I ended with 40 kilos in 24 hours, which isn't great considering. I knew that about horned lizards. Animals do all kinds of fucked up shit. And cool shit, too. Even fish. Catfish play music. They're mostly right-handed, but every once in a while you can get an ambidextrous catfish. Very cool experience. You wouldn't even know if you didn't look for it. The snookfish can fucking, when it gets to a certain size, it just changes to a female for the good of the species. It's like, I'm big enough now. I'm going to become a lady and make babies. And it's like, hell yeah, dude, that's tight. Tommy, what are you doing here? Just here to shame Jasky? Thought you were on your Final Fantasy for the 14th time. Ooh, this could be a good one. He's red. 51,000 experience. The old sock him in the eye. Oh, is that its organs? Like on Jackass when they would jack off sea cucumbers? That makes that whole bit on Jackass less funny. Looks like cum. Still funny. They regrow in a few weeks. Oh, that's cool. I wish I could just live without my organs for a few weeks. It morphs its innards into a fist to attack. That's a Pokemon? Pokemon can be hardcore, like Super Metal. Oh, that's a money fish. I don't want to jinx myself, but Kath brought this up. But I feel like I have like really easy life in the shit department. I've only like one time had where I would even call it like mild constipation. I just like never had an issue with that. And it was the one time was when I was like on Vicodin for 3 weeks. I just got good poops, good soft poops. Everything always comes out the way it's supposed to. Well, maybe sometimes a little on the soft side, but like otherwise, I've never had to suffer on the on the toilet. A lot of fiber? I don't think so. A lot of pizza, a lot of cheese. I was at a point in my life I was eating a fucking 2-pound bag of mozzarella a week. And like never did I've only had like one remotely painful poop. Yeah. Whereas like I've had diarrhea and things like that. Plenty of that. When I was really heavy into energy drinks, I got like the opposite effect of like my asshole is a water gun. But like that still just gets right out of there, you know? If I have to choose between trying to shit a foot or squirt gun out my ass, I'm gonna choose squirt gun every time. Drips out? The only time I ever had anything drip out of my ass was after I ate like a 6-patty burger from Wendy's, and it was just like grease dripping. Yeah, I don't think drip is a good thing. I'm just saying. Ultralight is a bitch, kapow, because it's really an all or nothing thing. Unless you're just seeking you're seeking a way to throw a spinner at Balea or something like that. But the problem with ultralight is if you don't have a good one, it's there's so many times it's gonna get you spooled. It's gonna cost you lures. It's gonna end up costing you a small fortune. I really wouldn't invest into it until you can commit to something decent size. Being super regular after 30 is like a superpower. It's so weird because I've like treated my bowels like shit too. I've never given them the respect they deserve. The worst shits give the biggest satisfaction when you're done. No, they don't. I don't like spending time on the toilet. It's a poop knife. Uh, I lived with a kid who had a fiber issue that his mom would always yell at him, "You gotta break it up with the plunger. I've told you about this." And he had to eat like this special fiber cereal every single morning. Just eat like a fucking raccoon, but I shit like clockwork. Yeah, dude. My biggest complaint with my shitting is I need like an hour in the morning to like wake up and take my shit. People try to rush me out the door, and I'm like, dude, I'm telling you, give me 10 more minutes. My poop is coming. If we rush out the door right now, we're going to be 10 minutes down the road, and I'm going to say, hey, we got to stop. I got to shit. Because first thing in the morning, I got to drop one. But it's not. I wish it was first thing in the morning. It's like an hour in. An hour into my day, I got to take a shit. Eat more fiber? Nah, I'm cool. I'm like I said, I'm pretty happy with my shits compared to people I know that have had like, you know. Lighting one up for your first morning shit. I mean, I'm not too ashamed to admit. I'd light one up taking my shit. You know? I'd be sitting there just huffing poop particles. You have this thing where sometimes after eating I just have to shit. Yeah, that's how I am in the morning. I have to shit. When I say I have to shit, I mean it. Which is weird because like any other time of the day, I can hold it. No problem. Just fine. But in the morning, I got to get that one out. I've never woken up. Well, that's not true. Once I woke up to shit and ended up shitting all over my ex-wife's parents' house. But like, other than that, I've never woken up to shit. I also don't get up in the middle of the night to pee. Ever. Ever. I'll wake up at like, let's say 6 o'clock in the morning. 6 hours into my sleep, right? And I gotta pee really bad. And I'll wake up. I don't know if it's to the pee or to a dream or whatever. Just wake up because I wake up. And I'll be like, man, I really gotta pee. That hurts a little. And then I'll go back to bed and wake up at noon. That was the one where it got on the walls. Yeah, Tommy. And I do some big sleeps some days, like 12-hour sleeps, because my schedules get all bonkers, and I'm like, time to catch up. And I just never wake up to piss. Never. She works at your local Waffle House now? That's weird. My local Waffle House advertises cleanest bathroom in the U.S. Just a cool coincidence about shit in Waffle House. You're stretching your bladder that way. I don't mean to do it, Calisty girl. I don't have control of my actions. I'll remember that I woke up, but I had no control over my actions. Which is why I'm so bad at alarms. I set usually 3 or 4 alarms that are 5 minutes apart. Because the first 3 I'll turn off. And I didn't mean to. I really didn't want to. Or like people will wake me up and talk to me and I'll be an asshole. And I don't mean to be. I just like, and I'm instantly back asleep. Like, it's not like I'm awake for 20 minutes going, wow, I'm so mad. It's like someone will wake me up and be like, hey, can you help me? And I'll be, fuck off, I'm sleeping. And then I'm asleep again. I sent an angry text today to my family because they keep adding me to these fucking group chats and texting me pictures and things. And then I sent an angry text today, please stop adding to me these things. And I went back to bed. And then I woke up to like 7 more text messages that were like, hey, did you know you can just turn off the notifications on these group chats? And I'm like, I'll do that. I'm very sorry. That one was intentional. I can't even pretend like I did that one. But if my parents ask, it was like a whoops, I was just really sleepy. But no, that one was intentional. I'm so sick of these fucking group chats, dude. They make new ones all the time. And it's just like everyone sharing their accomplishments. Cool. Good for you. I'm sleeping. Doing shit you do not remember. Yeah, it doesn't bug me. I get accused of it all the time. Like, hey, Dad, you were grumpy this morning when I tried to wake you up. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't remember. Probably not true. My daughter's the same way, though, so I have to deal with the same torture from her. The first... She's got it, like, both ways. She's grumpy. I'm fine once I get out of bed. You get me out of the bed. Like, if you want to wake me up, drag me onto the floor. And I'm good to go. But don't just be like, hey, it's time to get up. That won't do anything. I'll never wake up. Drag my ass off the bed onto the floor. I'll get up. If I was super rich, I'd have, like, a bathroom heat. You know those heated ceiling fans you can get in a bathroom? I'd have one of those above my bed. Because that's the hardest part about getting out of bed in the morning. It's the temperature change. You're all warm and cozy, and you just know that the minute you roll out of bed, that's all gone, man. All of that, gone. And it's not easy to get back. It's not like you can just jump back in bed and cover back up and that same warm nest you created in the middle of the night will be there. It'll be gone. Started setting your alarm out of reach. I can't do that one because they don't last long enough. They'll turn off on me. What I've done, this is how bad it is for me to wake up to an alarm, is I've started tucking my phone into the waistband of my pajamas so that the vibration against my thigh will wake me up. What was my biggest Chinook? I don't know. Don't remember off the top of my head. Not that big though. Maybe 20 kilos. A Wallace and Gromit style bed. That's why your coffee maker has a timer. You get hot coffee as a reward. Yeah, but like, who sets the coffee maker? You gotta do that you gotta remember that every night? If I lived on a schedule where I had a routine, but like today, I had to be awake at 4 p.m., which was an incredibly inconvenient time. And then I was awake. And they were like, sorry, we're going to have to delay this till 6 p.m. And I'm like, sweet. No big deal. It's not like I haven't already been up for 22 hours. Might as well make it 24. And then 6 p.m. rolls around, and everyone assumes Richard's awake, so we should text him a whole shitload. They don't ever make things convenient with school and kids. It's not like, hey, I understand that you live at night, so we'll schedule these conferences at 3 o'clock in the morning for you. That's just not a thing. Oh, shit. I was supposed to go get my booster today. Welp! No, this is Yama. I knew I had something else to do. I did order my daughter's Christmas presents. Got that done. They'll be here in time. Didn't ruin Christmas. Yama is the newest river and it's level 32. The highest level river. So you probably wouldn't recognize it. Another new lake coming though. Can't wait. Looks exciting. Possible new techniques to go with it. I don't think you were here yesterday, Jasky, when they were saying, someone was saying the Russian fishing Discord, they've made all these assumptions on what it's going to be. I don't know if there are tame in here. I've never caught one. All different kinds of salmonoids, though. Chinooks, pinks, sockeye, weird Russian ones. Yeah, new tech. The assumption is they're going to come up with some new technique and some new method of boat fishing. Which is kind of where we all thought, too. The U.S. Post Office will be slammed in the Midwest this Christmas? Yeah. I'm done. The rest of I'll pick up random junk that I see that I'm like, that's cute. But I went through her entire Christmas list and bought everything that was available on the internet. There are some things on here that are illegible, and those she didn't get. Apparently there's a picture of a boat with a actual boat with like a stripe down the side people saw in one of the screenshots. But I think it'll be something either like downriggers, which are like automatic set your depth stuff with trolling that'll let you troll at deeper depths. You'll be able to set your downrigger and then run stuff behind that. Or some method of some new technique of bottom fishing and or like vertical jigging like I thought. But we'll see. Who knows? Maybe it'll be nothing. Maybe it'll just be a cool looking boat parked at the lake. Stop and go. Either way, excited for it. The next question is, what level will it be? I really need to save money, though. We got Christmas coming, and this is in-game. We got Christmas coming in-game, and then we got a new lake coming. I hope it's not in-game. I do, too, for the sake of you guys. It sucks because Yama is just such good experience. So once you get here, like, I mean, look at how much... I have barely fished here in the last few days. But look at how close I am to 34 already. I've gotten 2 multi-million experience levels while you guys have gotten maybe the same of much lower level. Was level 40. That'd be crazy high. But it's possible. The game's been out a long time. I think originally 40 was the cap, and they, like, changed that. Somebody was saying that, like, uh, they extended the level cap, but never went back and readjusted the experience. So, like, getting from 40 to 41 is, like, 10 times the experience of 41 to 42 because it was technically the end of the game. So they just put, like, a really big number there. And then they just never went back and adjusted it. Yeah, 40 is really high. I know some people who've been, like, dropping that. Is hardcore even 40? Oh, that's hardcore. It's alt. No, not a global search. Oh, it's not hard. That's right. Oh. Oh, wait, no, his level is 40. Hardcore is just 40. And that man's caught like 100,000 fish. Morlack's 40. And he's been playing for fucking ever. It's not sea. It's Lake Ladoga. We know what lake it is. It's Ladoga. It's just incredibly deep. But it's definitely not ocean. It's a real lake in Russia, and we already have it, but if you've been to Ladoga, there's this big barrier that blocks the open water. So it's the open water of Ladoga instead of that cove. I would guess it's going to be level 34. Makes the most sense to me. Oh yeah, that's true. It could be somewhere else. Ladoga is a massive lake, but it's somewhere beyond the barrier and out in the more open water of Ladoga, right? It's not in a cove like Ladoga currently is. Thought you saw brackish water? From what I was told, it's Ladoga. And I don't believe, and when I Googled Lake Ladoga, I don't think it's anything but a lake. But maybe I'm wrong. I think it's like the 5th biggest lake in the world. Okay, maybe like the 8th biggest. Very big lake. Like a top 10 biggest lake in the world. So I don't believe it would be brackish, but it's Russia. Anything could happen. If it was brackish, I don't think it would count as a lake. It's the 14th largest freshwater lake. But it says right there, yeah, freshwater lake. Now I'm curious, how big is it? Almost 18,000 square kilometers. That's big. What is 50 meters in feet depth? It's like a lot, huh? That's still not insanely deep for water, but insanely deep for this game. That's like 3 times as deep as anywhere in this game. Yeah, that's why I said it's like 150. Which isn't crazy deep, but too deep for spoons and wobblers. 164 feet, yeah. I'm curious what the average depth is there. I still haven't seen the picture that chat saw. Someone said they were going to post it in my Discord, but I never saw it. Because I'm curious what the average depth is. If it's going to be fucking 10 meters throughout, would be really cool. Yeah, that's how I do it. Man, I've had a live fish out there forever. Something should eat it. I really need to put points in carp rods. I just can't cast very far with my carp rods. Oh, buddy. That's not as big as it looked at first. That scared me. The hardest bite I've had in a long time. What is it? What is it? What is it? I want to know. Cheating binoculars. It feels weird. It's acting very heavy. Not super moving. Not moving a ton. Just very thick on the line. As lazy as possible. Ooh, it's a dolly. Old Dolly Parton. Those herring are decent. I usually run a third rod with like a wacky worm or something just to catch those smaller species on Octuba, but a spinner or something works too. No, yeah, dude, some lakes are so weather dependent. I know a lot of people won't fish Cory if it's not overcast. Ultralight. It's like perfect for out here, man. I mean, unless I hook into a big Chinook, but the big Chinooks suck no matter what gear you have them on. I think of the lakes I've spin fished, this lake feels like it has the biggest impact by leader size. So like even on my Tagaras, I can't run them with full-size leaders without reducing my bite rate significantly. Chinooks seem a lot rarer with the smaller stuff too. I've yet to, knock on wood, I've yet to be spooled out here. I had one fish that was taking me for a hell of a ride and I lost it unintentionally. But I've yet to be spooled out here on this ultralight. I haven't fished it a ton, but quite, I mean, I got 77 fish over there, so. Meme Librarian, thank you for the 61 months. I think the money's better fishing with the walkers right now. I think the walkers are the best money. I tend to catch a lot more white-spotted char and Lennox and the rainbows, but I can't throw those with this ultralight. You hit 2 lunkers again, Tommy? Lunker lad. Spoons have the highest hookup rate for me, but they have the most chums. And that goes for no matter what gear you're using. But pretty much anywhere from like here down is really good. Right now on Yama. It's been a while too. Surprisingly, it's lasted for quite a few days. A dink. Or maybe a pink. I'm holding shift, I'm gonna lose it. I was talking with my mic muted. What is that tiny thing? Oh, the worst part? Don't you say you're about to lose the second one too. It was on a damn spiker. Oh, you're on catfish. Again, huh? Morning, Splendid. I should go check the orders again. Yeah, we were just talking about it, Wani. You just missed it. Some of the ideas people have for what they're going to do to address the elephant depth in the room. Everyone was expecting fly fishing to be the next mechanical change for a long time. I wonder if they're having trouble with it. With their line physics, I don't know, fly fishing could be a challenge. Oh, have they talked about wanting to make fly fishing, Wani? I thought people were just making... I know that people's... Like, they've always put little hints out with, like, flyers and stuff, and I think there were some fly fishing flyers at one point added. The last thing... I don't know how they would add another fucking whole set of skills without giving us more skill points. Or combining up some techniques that already exist. Because people already have been making alts and stuff just to get a bottom, or like a bobber account. There are a few techniques already where it's like, I don't know anyone that would invest points in it. Like all the different jigging techniques. I mean, you've got drop shot, jigging. I don't even know what using a three-way rig is. Texas, Carolina. What the hell is a three-way rig? Is that even... Oh, and three-way rig. Okay. Three-way rig is just a drop shot with an extra line, huh? I think most of their methods are implemented right. They're just not always effective against... They're very effective. Top water in this game for the longest time was garbage. And now it's doing really well. I'd say it's competitive with every other method that's good. But a lot of those bottom rigs, I never see people use drop shot. I didn't even realize three-way was an option. Good luck. Be safe. All that stuff. My long week without the kids. The worst. The kid. The worst. I randomly get the urge to use my shovel. I really need to level bait harvesting. I can't find a good place to farm bleaks, though. I found some okay areas, but nothing amazing. I used to have a spot on winding, but I couldn't get it going. Does that 4-kilo salmon run you at all, Jasky, or are those easy for you? They seem like they're a pretty strong fish. Hey, Jaden, thank you for continuing the sub. Oh, you reminded me. I need to get her a mixer, 40, so she can have audio that doesn't suck horribly. Not really, yeah. I had a spare mixer the last time we streamed together, and I forgot that I'm now using that one because my other one isn't functioning properly, I don't think. They're not that bad. I told her I was going to get her one. I gotta chop through some of these fish before it becomes a painful process. I didn't see what my skill went to there. I know we're getting close to 90%, which I think unlocks something new for digging up. I didn't look again. Damn it. Lucky to get 2, though. think it's cockchafer larva, which is separate from cockchafers. And then 95 is maybe diving beetles. That fucking knife to do clams and crayfish is insane. It's $5,500. Be like my second most expensive piece of gear, a knife to cut up clams. That's the other part too, yeah. You still have to catch clams. Luckily, the clams and crayfish have no size restrictions. It is, though, how you get the final baits unlocked that are premium currency only, so it seems pretty on par with most free-to-play stuff where the last of the premium currency baits become available to you. And I do bet they make a bit of money on selling those premium currency baits like the rhino beetle larva and stuff like that that people use for sturgeon. Somebody who would rather spend $2 on bait than level bait crafting to 100. I will be grateful when I can stop cutting up 500-gram fish. I have enough fish pieces to last me the rest of my life already. It is generous that it still levels you at this point in the game. I just got 2 levels off cutting fish this late in the game. You unlock that at super early. I haven't got a level up off a shovel, and even with the new stuff I unlock, I don't seem to ever get the level up. How far do you take egg, though, Wani? I don't know how far technically you can ride an egg, though. I've just been leveling off squishing frogs and fish and cutting them up. Which hasn't felt pretty fine, honestly. I haven't gone out of my way to farm it too much. Occasionally, like smelt, I used to do on Ladoga, but I really like smelt fishing. It was fun, too. Chum salmon. You're not who I want. Did you get that catfish in, Tommy, or are you riding it? It's the cheapest way of bait fishing is slow. Oh. Can you do egg dough all the way up to 100? Does it never stop working? What am I at? 90, 89.5. Yeah, cockchafer larva. Mole crickets at 95. Yeah, I don't think I made that much egg, though. A little bit, but not a lot. And I never use it. 40,000? Yeah, I definitely didn't egg dough as much. I'm a patient man. I'll wait for it to happen naturally off cutting fish up. I got some bleak down there. Any of those squishable? Yeah, making 40,000 egg. I mean, 40,000 is probably an exaggeration. Maybe not, though. Making that much egg, though, seems less fun than just waiting. I'm not doing great out here. Lure crafting bugs me for that reason. There's like no natural progress for lure making. It's not like there's a way to sell your lures. You don't use them fast enough. I guess the natural way is trying to chase quality 10 lures is pretty difficult without spending a ton of points. But I think I've made like 400 Xander spoons. With recycled hooks. I did find out a way to mass delete, which is nice. That makes life way easier. I don't have an inventory full of dead bait fish anymore. Finally cleaned out my pockets. Alright, rough wasn't the answer. Let's try a bleak. Oh, there's a dead perch. I don't think I tried a white bream either. I don't have any. Oh no, I saved them all. I can't cast this damn carp rod far enough. Get out there! What are the natural bait fish on this lake? Oh, bleak don't exist. Probably not a good bait choice. Perch. Perch and lamprey, huh? I want a 3-tooth lamprey. got stuck. Can't move. Yeah, my schedule's all dumb. I had to do conferences and stuff today. My daughter, I said this earlier, but my daughter's teacher gave us this little, you guys are obviously great parents speech at the end of our conferences today that, I mean, I cried a tiny bit. She probably tells that to all her parents, but, you know, it felt special. Oh, she sold it. Absolutely. Great's a little far-fetched for sure, right, Zeb? I'm with you. Okay, is the... I have been hitting on her teacher a lot, so maybe that's all it was. That's finally coming through. I can't tell how old she is, but at this point I don't care. Hair dye and makeup, man, it's getting tough. I can't. And by that I mean she might be far too old, chat, not the other way around. I do care about the other way around. Please don't twist my words that were poorly worded. The point is I think she might be in her 50s, but she could also be in her 40s, so I'm not sure. I realize how bad that sounded. Oh, dude, it's... Yeah, Zeb, you can tell. That was part of what's provoked the speech, was they were talking about how helpful Alice is with the kids that are behind and stuff and struggling. And they've gotten a bunch of new kids and stuff, and the kids that have been accepting and the kids that have been jerks about it. How them eyes lacquer? Can you see through walls yet or anything? Yeah, the spoon seems way more consistent. Damn. My popper's dead. Put your drops in so they're hating you. You still gotta do goggles. Sweat goggles. Not worry about Final Fantasy XIV spoilers. You won't get any of those here. Only when you sleep. Yeah, no, the spoon's just doing better. Damn it. They will never admit the fantasy isn't final. Need to buy a new line. All my lines are getting pretty stretched. I went many years without my glasses because I just kept losing them. And it's crazy how your eyes adjust to being blind. Why won't this do... Oh, why won't that do speed up? Is it just the current? Oh, a sharp snouted or a rainbow. I had the opposite. After like 2 years without glasses, my eyes got hella worse. And my stigmatism got way worse. I was always reading with one eye. I got one eye that's like not that bad, and then one that's just totally fucking dumb blind. I imagine schools is like bad as it's been though, man. Kids that were already behind were behind because they weren't getting enough attention and help to begin with. Just took a fucking almost a full year off school. Where if they weren't getting help beforehand, they weren't getting help during COVID. Probably gonna be a lot of kids held. I think this is the year they hold kids back. They do it, and they don't do it every year anymore. Now they do it in like brackets. I think this is the one, 3rd to 4th. This is an ultralight setup. Sorry, I don't have Russian fishing commands. I don't stream it that much. Gonna be hacked 2 times like that. Yeah. I know here it's set grades now that they have like basically you have to be at this level to progress. I don't know if there's a rule on how many times they can fail that, but I don't know that we're following No Kid Left Behind anymore. That shit sucked. I have a kid that is a family friend who graduated without learning to read in like 06. I'm not talking 1984. 2006, the kid graduated without knowing how to read because he had dyslexia. Cut it up with your $5,000 knife, Jasky. Morning, Ian. American education system sucks. A little bit. It's kind of more just about tough shit is probably right now. My school's pissing me off because they don't have any options for virtual. Like, me and my wife are really considering taking our kid back to virtual for at least a couple months here. While shit's is going to get as bad as it's going to get in the year. But they don't have any options for virtual. Unless the whole school goes, they're not letting individual kids do it. No, we don't have a mask mandate. They allow masks, but no mandate. Nope. Last year I kept her out of school all year and homeschooled her myself, but I just couldn't afford to do it again this year, man. That's like the sad reality is it wasn't an option, and now I don't know. We're gonna see what we're gonna do this year. Your school year ends in like 3 weeks. Yeah, that is silly. Michigan also just had another school shooting, and that has provoked a massive amount of threats at other schools. I think they had like Monday they had like I don't remember how many it was, 25 or 30 different schools in Michigan were closed for violence threats. Which makes you wonder how often they're getting them. Or if it was really just kids all decided to call in because it was current events. Or if they're getting them regularly and just don't always cancel when it's not current events. Yeah, dude, I don't know that I could have made it. Like, I know for a fact that I don't want to blame my mother. I know for a fact that the relationship between me and my mother, I would have never finished school if it was virtual. No way. And I was never mature enough as an adult to go to university to begin with, so certainly wouldn't have. Oh yeah, Cracker. We have one of those guys in ours. He's like the school photographer, is all he is. And the dude is just abs. He's at every fucking PTA meeting fighting against any kind of COVID restrictions. We just got a new superintendent who I believe is a non-believer. I'm going to just call him that. A non-believer. And I think that's part of why the school's a lot different this year than it was last year. Last year they were really good. I was super proud of them. Yeah, my daughter chooses to wear a mask. It's 100%. We gave her a choice because I knew that with so many kids not wearing them, that it's honestly probably minimally effective at best. And she's one of 2 kids in her class that wear them, but she chooses to wear it every day. You sound an awful American over there, Jesse. I feel like we've been a great inspiration. Really flexing that world power status we have, you know? Netherlands is now the USA of Europe? That's tight. When are you guys getting guns? Because you go around the box to start every day? Our local stores tried that, and people got so shitty with them they stopped it. But, like, I thought it was a sweet offer. You know, like, our local stores had someone at the door handing out masks. But, like, they legitimately stopped doing it because they were getting harassed so often for offering a mask. People wouldn't just say no, they'd give them a fucking speech. Oh, really? They're just not allowed to keep ammo at home. That's interesting. Yeah, correct. That stuff sucks, man. And it's, I'll admit to it too. Like, the pressure of it is annoying. The pressure of not wanting to deal with, like, I'm in a tiny town, and, like, wearing a mask for me is, it's something I try to do when I go into any big store, and I don't when I go into my little local shops, which I know is pointless, but it really is, like, just, I don't feel like having a conversation with people about it every single time I wear my mask. And it's not always bad conversation. It's both ways. I just don't want to have the conversation. It's like I was talking about the other day with vaping. It's my least favorite part about vaping. People coming up to me and be like, "Hey man, what mod you got?" Just leave me alone, please. I don't mind talking to people. Don't get me wrong. I just don't want to be harassed for like simple choices that don't affect you and I, or don't affect. I'm good about wearing masks, so yeah. Not here. Not at all. I was just watching the Red Wings game yesterday, and it was crazy, dude. To see far less masks than masks at a sporting event seems. The worst part is, like, people are bitching about their teams not having their players and stuff, then everyone shows up without masks. Dan Fian, thank you for the 2 years. To the shooting range? Yeah. I'm lucky. I have a gun shop that's not too far from me that's, like, super left, I guess, for a gun shop. They're, like, as far left gun shop as they can be without handing out, like, SRA pamphlets. You still get a lot of fucking the opposite in there, but the actual, like, people that run the shop and own the shop are super cool. All luck, no skilling for the 58 months. I mean, I care who wears a mask, but the reality is there's nothing I can do about it personally. So I'm not gonna. I have yet to ever tell somebody, man, you should be wearing a mask. But it's amazing how many people have commented on mine. I'm definitely judging you based on your choice in the back of my mind, especially if you harass me about mine. But then again, like I said, I also do run into the stores without it and stuff, so I'm sure I get my judgment as well. I am not perfect. But I'm also just exhausted. I'm so tired of all of it, man. I did everything, and then some. I went above and beyond for so long, man. And then, like, to see everyone else just continue to live life normally. At some point, I will just have to come to terms with, it's a forever part of our reality. Yeah, anti-vax stuff is just, I don't know. I don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense to me. Especially, like, again, let's go back to the school level. Like, my kid has to have so many vaccines just to even go to school. I mean, I will say the unfortunate side effect of COVID, and it's, I don't know. I guess nah. Because even, like, flu vaccine's been vaccine for years. I don't think that's helping anything either, though. The fact that we know it's going to be something we're going to have to continue to do, like the flu vaccine, which most people didn't do anyway. But I've never had the flu that I am aware of. And I don't really know anyone that for sure had the flu either. Unlike COVID, where I know like 3 people currently at home with COVID. At like today, not just overall. Overall, much more than that. But yeah, it's way more contagious. It's insanely more contagious. And you know what? If they would have been preaching the flu vaccine as to me about the protection of others, and I'm not sure. I honestly, like, I'll admit when I'm naive, I like to admit it. I'm not sure. Does the flu vaccine have similar effectiveness there? I guess in general it has to, right? Because if you're reducing your chance of getting it, then you're reducing your chance of spreading it. So yes, it has to. And if they would have preached it that way to me, I would have probably gotten the flu vaccine more often. I've never said no to a flu vaccine when I'm at a doctor's office, which is just, that's the problem. I don't get regular checkups and shit like that. I haven't had insurance for the majority of my life. Yeah, my friend's gonna lose his dad to COVID here probably in the next week or two, and it's like really shitty. Well, I shouldn't say that, but it's incredible. He's like maximum high risk. He's on chemo. He's had a tracheotomy or whatever it is, the laryngectomy, whatever that one is. He's like the worst person in the world to have contracted COVID and is now already hospitalized like 2 days in. They try to predict the 3 dominant strains, yeah. It mutates because it exists, just like the flu. That's just what it does. The flu's mutated, God, who knows how many times. I mean, I can think of like 5 or 6 serious strains of the flu that have existed in my lifetime that have mutations. And then those are just the ones that get brought up because they're serious. It mutates because it exists. That's the facts, period. That's the whole reason we wanted to try to make it not exist, so that it could not mutate. The longer it exists, the more it will mutate. The more likely we'll end up with bad strains like we did have with the flu. And COVID already had 19 variations before COVID-19 got to us, right? And probably other names beyond that. I missed my booster today and I fucking forgot. It was just a walk-in. I can wait for the next walk-in. It's not that big of a deal. But I am mad I forgot. I just want to be done with it. Yeah, HIV has no vaccines and mutates. Like this isn't... Is it just based on year first spotted, not mutations? There were still other forms beforehand, right? Like, because the first ones weren't considered contagious, weren't they? They're contagious to humans, right? Yeah, SARS. That's why it is actually a SARS. SARS is technically in its full name, isn't it? SARS COVID-19. They haven't been though, bad. You're just reiterating things you hear. That's just not true. Why don't you research the lady who's been working on RNA vaccines her entire life, and then go tell her it's been rushed? She's literally been working on the vaccine. COVID, and like chat's saying, COVID-19 is because it was found in 2019, 2 years ago. And RNA vaccines have been in the development for 30 plus years. They reference them in fucking old Star Trek episodes. That's just bullshit. You're just wrong that it's been rushed. That's not true. We're lucky, is what we are, that it happened at a time where we were prepared. The only part of it that was rushed was production. And even that was delayed further than people wanted it to be. In a way to not freak out. And it's just insane. Because if your fucking appendix ruptures, you're going to go to the hospital. And they're going to tell you what to do, and you're going to trust them because you're fucking dying. But when 99% of medical doctors are telling you to get vaccinated, you're going to say, yeah, but I read it was rushed. It's a bat. Hi. Yeah, I mean, in our lifetimes, computers have gone from the size of a room to our cell phones, right? Technology definitely advances the speed at which we can accomplish things. Thank God. Got inflated balls? Wow. Can I send you 10 meat? Sure. Pork chops? Venison burger? I'm not sending you bacon. That shit's expensive. Those are your options. I'm not sending you anything in the video game. No. I don't have any mule deer. Just whitetail. Fax you? You got it, dude. How's Yama today? That seems okay. I'm on an ultralight setup, so I can't run the angry walkers. I haven't tried the walkers to see how they're doing, but consistent. I'm not making big buck. Not a vaccine believer either. It's not an option of believing or not. This isn't some mythical creature in the sky that's going to give you eternal life, man. It's not about believing. It's what you're doing is you're saying, I'm just going to refuse to take it because I don't want to. It has nothing to do with belief. They exist, and the effects that happen are real, and it's not a belief factor. It's just you're making a choice to not do it. I'm not really a round earth believer. It's no point, Jesse. I know what you're trying to do, but there's no point, dude. Everyone's aware of the choice they're making, and at this point has decided they get better information elsewhere. Yet somehow, we're sheep. Maybe if you live in a city, because people don't exist elsewhere. He'll never have to come in contact with another human being again. And it's fine. He lives in the woods, alone, secluded, on the internet. Oh wait, yeah. All of the white-tailed deer in Michigan have COVID. Shit. We'll see how that plays out. Yeah, the white-tailed deer in Michigan have COVID. It's not all yet, but it's a significant number of white-tailed deer already have COVID. Stop the facts! True. This is probably a COVID-19 deer. Just cook it. Well done. That's what I've been doing. That's a. I didn't even. I mean, obviously, it's not gonna be an issue like that, but that is funny. I didn't even think about that. I didn't mean to necessarily travel down this route, but I mean, it's hard not to. When it's gonna be a huge problem in the next couple weeks again. Them holidays, especially. All that sweet holiday travel. My entire town went to support our football team at the Ford Field for the state playoffs the day after Thanksgiving. So I'm excited to see my town. Yeah, worked. My friends got COVID. Had no problem with it. Very, very few symptoms. It was a cakewalk. Got vaccinated. Got COVID again. And it was even easier than the second time. And now they're on their third time with COVID, and it is the worst of all. They have had the worst luck with it. And they have. Every time I see them, they're trying to be safe, but they must have too many people in their lives that aren't, is the problem. And that's where I really struggle with people who are like, I'm totally safe. I only see like 5 people. And I'm like, yeah, but those 5 people, how many did they see? That's the problem with this thing. This snowball is unreal. If you just sit down and think about how many people 5 people see, even if they only see 5 of themselves, those 5 also probably see 5, and those 5. It's a never-ending snowball. Yeah, they're on their third bout of COVID. And then the third one's been the worst one for them. This is the first one that got their kid actually sick. Not like bad, but the first time she's shown symptoms. Sometimes you see the doorknob and you gotta lick it. Funny enough, my first PAX, everyone was like bitching about PAX plague. It used to be a thing, and PAX pox we used to talk about. I was like, y'all are just paranoid of getting sick, and I licked a railing. God, imagine that today. Now I'm an asshole. Did I get sick? Oh yeah. I hate getting sick. That's the thing. I just don't want to. It was so last year was so nice, especially as a parent. If you have a kid, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It is a never-ending sickness in your house, especially if it's you got multiple kids, a wife. Like my friend has 4 kids and his wife. Someone in their house is always sick during the school year. Always. I'm lucky I just have one. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not paying attention. Ah, dude. The semi-air, yeah, dude, it's so bad. It's so frustrating. And it's again because it's crazy to think about. I was really hoping. I've just down 3 different tangents in my brain. It's crazy to think about how lax we were with sickness, especially in schools. And it's I was really hoping to see that people would start to, at least my kid is sick. I'll send him to school in a mask. It's the polite thing to do. Because honestly, it's crazy to me how many of us were going out in public sick. Like, that's just the polite thing to do, man. Coughing into your elbow ain't the answer, right? Like, when I think about how many times I went out in public and just, oh, nice. And just, didn't give a fuck that I was getting other people sick so I could go get fucking cough medicine. Like, we trust their hands. I will admit I'm still not good about the hand stuff. I'm still not good at washing my hands. That'll be one I struggle with. I just can't get myself in this mentality of hand washing. I shouldn't even not even making Jasky, letting. Right? It's beyond making someone come in sick. It's saying, hey man, we recognize you're sick and we're keeping you here anyway. Because there are people who would rather go to work than stay home sick. I got plenty of friends and family that would just rather go to work. They don't want to just sit at home on their ass being sick. They'd rather just go in, right? But the fact that, like, yeah, a Walmart employee is allowed to work sick is sad. And obviously the issue with that would be compensation, but that's the world we live in, right? You don't get to take care of yourself and others around you because of financial responsibility. Favorite sick recovery meal? I don't really have one. My diet doesn't change. It's pizza. I don't eat soup, so it kind of just ruined sick recovery for me. It's not soup. No. Maybe that's why I hate soup now that I think about it. Maybe there's a connection here. Every time you get soup, someone tries sick. Every time you get soup, someone tries to get you sick. Every time you get sick, someone tries to shove soup down your throat. Werner's ginger ale was definitely a Michigan. That was the only Michigan sickness cure that I did partake in. Got a tummy ache? Here is the most carbonated drink ever created. I did that with liters, Jasky. I made 2 liters and the game never gave them to me. You do that in North Texas. Really, I've never heard of Werner's ginger ale being anywhere else but Michigan. That's crazy. It's a Michigan created drink and not sold nationally. So it must be some weird connection there. You have just floated down the river, eh? I woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning or something. You can get it other places, but it's not nationally. Like, it's not Pepsi or Sprite or 7-Up. I know a lot of people that 7-Up is their sick drink. Or I want cactus cooler. Please someone send me cactus coolers. I'm glad to see Werner's taking over the world. It's the best ginger ale. Every other ginger ale sucks. And water? I guess my drink when I'm sick is Gatorade now. You know what Werner's is also really good for? Little grandma's secret. Pancakes. There is no fluffier pancake than a Werner's pancake. Because it's so carbonated. Pedialyte. I've never had Pedialyte. I have some Pedialyte popsicles in my freezer that have been there like 3 years. Someone brought them for my daughter when she was sick once. And I was like, I don't even Pedialyte. Powerade is a lot rarer. Does McDonald's still serve it? They used to serve blue Powerade. Still do. Blue Powerade kind of fucks. A crate of cactus cooler. Canada Dry sucks, Tech Hero. It's understandable. Every once in a while I'm on an airplane and they're like, what do you want, a Coke, a Sprite, or a ginger ale? They always say ginger ale. And I'm like, oh yeah, ginger ale. I haven't had that in a while. That sounds nice. And then it's Canada Dry. And I'm like, this wasn't nice. It doesn't even sound good. Growing up, my grandma, the only pop she kept in the house was ginger ale. Or Verner's. And we were allowed like one when we'd stay for the weekend or whatever. We were allowed like one for the weekend. It was a special treat. Motherfucker. I wonder if that's too small of a hook or too big of a hook or something. I'm having that quite a bit with this spoon. You can't get fucking flavored Mountain Dews right now, and it's killing me. I've been on this hot Mountain Dew tangent since I tried to quit my sweet teas. Because, you know, just trade one vice for a different one. And it's been weeks. You can't get them, man. So I've just been buying random drinks that aren't good. Except that Ruby Red Squirt. I actually really like that melon one. I didn't think I would because I don't like melon very often, but it fucked. No, pumpkin's gross. I stay away from all things pumpkin. I don't like Baja Blast. Do you like the super spicy ginger ales? That's a whole nother drink. Like the ginger beers and stuff is a whole nother drink. It's on its own wavelength. My preferred flavor? Code Red. They had this really weird one limited time for Speedway gas stations that was pink lemonade. And that was kind of good. In like a really weird fuck you up kind of way. Like you're not sure why you're enjoying it. Those are my favorite flavors though. I just like something that hits hard, you know? Give me a grapefruit straight. Do they still make grapefruit juice in a can? We used to get that shit from the church because we were poor. My friends would make fun of me because I'd just fucking whack the can opener in the top of that thing and carry it around all day on the street. Just drinking out of a big giant can of grapefruit juice. What did I run back for? I thought there was something I needed, but I guess I'm drunk. Everyone was just saying they love the gingerbread. Goofball. I want a fucking grapefruit, like the fruit now. Fresh grapefruit juice in the winter. Why the winter? I'm here for it. I'm just wondering what makes it special in the winter. Is that when you get your grapefruits? That's just when okay. That's what I was wondering because up here it's in the fall it's apples, apple cider. So if you live in Michigan, every fall it's a tradition. You got to go out and get your fresh donuts and apple cider. I don't know why donuts became the go-to collab with cider, but the good shit, too unpasteurized, you know? You get to watch it made right there with the worms and stuff. You hate grapefruit itself. Dude, a grapefruit with a little bit of brown sugar on it? Fuck me. Sorry. Dude, I can't even say grapefruit without seeing her. What do you want from me? Beaver bits. I'm in. Cider and donuts sounds delightful. It is a delightful fall tradition. Very delightful. You go out and you pick your own apples. I love a good apple. I used to like eggnog a lot when I was younger. It's okay now. Like, give me a shot of eggnog or something, but that's about it. I don't want a big heaping glass of eggnog anymore. The damn burbot bites ruining my spin fishing. I've got one rod out there. Cheerwine? On my fishing road trip, a girl gave me a case of Cheerwine. Well, she gave me one, and I was like, this is pretty good. And she's like, you can have this case. And I was like, thanks. And then I drank, like, nothing but Cheerwine for 2 days, and I kind of hate it now. It's really sweet. It reminds me of, like, Sam's Club soda. like Dr. Thunder and those things. It's just like it's like the regular it's like regular soda but with twice the sugar. A cheerwine float? That sounds alright. Floats are just good. Cactus cooler though. That is the best regional drink. Barks red cream soda. Yeah, that sounds close. I wish there were more black cherry drinks. Like I can only ever find like glass bottle black cherry drinks. You know, there's not like a. The only company I know that makes a like staple black cherry drink is Fago. I almost bought some the other day. I was like, I love that shit when I was a kid. I wonder if it holds up. You have a staple black cherry soda there, do you? We don't. I can't ever find one unless it's like I said, some small independent glass bottle company being like the specialty stuff. French vanilla bark sounds pretty good. I love barks. Surge was just Mountain Dew. Chad, did you know that if you order a lemonade in New Zealand, you get Sprite? Jasky told us all about this, and I was pretty upset to hear it, because Sprite sucks. Australia's the same, too? That's so weird. How do you get an actual lemonade, then? You don't. They'll say, what do you say, like a classic lemonade or an American lemonade? They said there's a name for it, but, like, you don't order it. I hate Sprite. I think it tastes like dirty water. Traditional lemonade? A lemon squash? That's adorable, though. And, like, perfect for New Zealand slash Australia. Very on brand for you guys. I'm just mainly upset 'cause, like, no lemonade stands. And if you had one, you're just selling Sprite out of a 2 liter. That's the fucked up part. It's not even lemon. It's lemon lime. If someone told me they were having there was a lemon squash stand down the road, I think they were selling some kind of squash, actual gourd. I mean, we have the whole South saying Coke for everything that's not Coke, so I can't really fault New Zealand for being wrong. It's just upsetting because it's Sprite. A rockin' lemonade stand? Lemonade stands, for those of you that aren't American and have, or small town American probably even, and haven't had lemonade stand lemonade, it is the biggest gamble in your life. You never know if you're gonna get like water, just sour, pure sugar. It is so rare you just get like an average cup of lemonade. It is usually extremely off in one direction or the other. Yeah, you do it to help the kid, and you drink it because you know they want to see you enjoy their lemonade, but you know going into it, this is probably gonna suck. But have your 50 cents, kid. I remember one time there was like a mom and her kids trying to do like traditional squeezed lemonade, and it was just lemon juice. It was awful. That was always how our mom had us do it, Lacquer. She's like, here's the country time lemonade premix stuff. The bottle that already had the sugar in it. So you couldn't really fuck it up. They were the 1 year. I am jealous of all the different fruits and nuts you can grow in California. That's pretty tight. We have fruit all over, I guess, but just to where I walk my dogs and back is grapes and cherries. But the grapes aren't, they're Concord grapes, so they're just not great to eat. They're okay, but you gotta spit the seeds out. Fruits and nuts, the fruits, the actual fruits, and, well, they're probably not really nuts. They're probably actually legumes. No apples within walking range of me. Nope. My town is the Welches, so it's pretty much all grapes. We have apple orchards, yeah, all over around us, but not in my town. My town is all grapes. And this one weird group of cherries, I guess. They exist, but I think that's like, it's not even a big enough orchard to be commercial. I'm not sure what it is. It's just something they do for fun or what. I wouldn't be surprised if they just make like fucking some kind of alcohol out of it. A lot of the farmers all have like a special crop for their own booze. Yeah, 2 towns over we got blueberries, or 3 towns over we got a big they do blueberry fest. You got wine fest, or grape and wine fest, I guess they call it. We got all kinds of these dumb fruit festivals here. We got blackberries, and I'm always competing with the neighbor kid to get to the blackberries first. They grow wild here on our road. You grew up with homegrown basically everything? Yeah, no, I didn't. I grew up eating cocoa wheats. The creamy hot cereal with the cocoa treat. My grandma gardened like crazy. Weirdly enough, I think like my favorite thing out of grandma's garden was rhubarb. I fucking love rhubarb, dude. I want somebody to just make me a strawberry rhubarb pie. I hear they're quite fire. Is that true, Convex? Because there is also a bearberry that's different and looks more like a blueberry. In the States, anyway. We have a bearberry as well. You just can't enjoy rhubarb? I love it. I love rhubarb. I'll eat that shit raw. Sweet potatoes, I like as a thin French fry. I don't want a sweet potato wedge. I don't want a sweet potato. It's too much. It's insanely bitter. Yes, I love do that. That's what I'm saying. I like weird, strong. Did you ever try an RX Energy lacquer? Like 9 out of 10 people don't like RX Energies because they're just hit a grapefruit in the mouth. See, I don't think I could do a smashed sweet potato. Maybe with real maple syrup. I grew up with real maple syrup. My grandma always did real maple syrup every year. We have a ton of that around here too. And I can't eat fake syrup. It smells horrendous and tastes okay, but it smells horrific. I have a super sensitive sniffer. I miss real maple syrup though, because that shit's so expensive. Lucky for me, my kid doesn't really eat syrup. She just eats a buttered pancake. It weirds me out. I'm like, you want syrup? She says no. She's 8. She should pour so much syrup on her I have to yell at her. I know, man. She likes whipped cream a lot. That's like her one sugar vice is whipped cream. COVID killed your sniffer? I don't know that I'd hate losing. I mean, obviously, I'd hate losing my sense of smell completely, but I could definitely do with it being dulled down. You don't need sugar in whipped cream, though. Whipped cream is another one. I don't really like it, and I used to not have a problem with it, but Cobalt and I, many moons ago, threw cream pies in each other's face in bed. And that shit gets in you. It sticks to your nostril hairs. There was little bits of it all over his bedroom. And by the end of that week of streaming with Cobalt, after those cream pies, the smell was horrendous. Does my 8-year-old make her own whipped cream? No. She doesn't. She makes her own slime. There's very few that probably remember that, but we were in Cobalt's bedroom doing this pie thing for subs or whatever the fuck it was for. And he like hits me in the face. He just like pushes the pie into my face and rubs it around. And I'm like, my turn. And I just fucking yeet the pie into his face. And cream went everywhere. All over his collectibles, his bed, his walls. I didn't think that one through. And it was like my first time meeting Cobalt. We'd only like hung out for a day. And I'm like, dude, I just got whipped cream all over everything you own. Why would we do that bit in the bedroom of all places? Well, you see, we're streamers. And we stream. And at the time, Cobalt lived with his parents and streamed in his bedroom. This was before the age of IRL streaming, where we could just take it outside. Yeah, the very few remember this too, but when Cobalt would stream and I was there, he had his camera set up perfectly that you could... Oh, no. He had his camera set up so that his bed was in the frame, but his mom made him a little green, like, throw sheet that he'd throw over the end, just the end of his bed. And if you'd remember watching Cobalt stream when I was there, you'd randomly see my feet kick out from under that green blanket at the end of his bed. And it'd just be breaking his green screen illusion with a foot. I streamed both hills up ways. That's weird, Krakow. Think I've had enough of Yama. Think I've Yama'd out. Yama, chameleon. I never caught any of the good order fish. I do need more money, though. Damn it. Oh, mine's too small. Something I have to say far too often. That sucks, Sam. What is today? Friday? Damn it, I did that thing again where I didn't message my daughter in the morning. And I had the opportunity. It's normal. Gross. Googling berry names. Boysenberry. Sorry, I'm very upset by Boysenberry. I'll never forgive Knott's Berry Farms for that. Salmon berries? They don't taste anything like salmon. I keep not filling this thing all the way. You mean caviar? Gross. Don't refer to caviar as salmon berries. I don't like it. Yeah, that was shit money. Huh. Alright, I guess I gotta try. Before I take off. Fuck, salmonberry? A berry. It's a pretty flavorless berry. I assume it's just called a salmonberry because it grows by, like, rivers. Yeah, it's light pink. It could be because it's the color of a salmon. Not the color of salmon, though. The color of salmon meat, which is really weird the way we call things salmon when it's salmon meat colored and not at all the color of an actual fish. Never thought about that till just now. Salmon meat can be yellow. Not if it's fresh. They get red. I've never seen them get pink. They get nasty. They get red and then they turn black. They rot away. Yeah, well, we're not talking about that, Blacker. People didn't know that when they named salmon berry. We weren't scientific enough to know that they were in the same species when we were naming salmon berry. All right? There's a pink salmon that's more salmon-y colored? Yeah. This might be one. Nope, it's a chum salmon. I thought that they were a berry that grew by the river. And that there was also an idea that they were consumed by salmon. What's this got to do with my salmon? I highly doubt it. I don't know a lot about fish science, but I just don't feel like we were that advanced in fish science when we named salmon berries. I'm going to continue to stand my ground. All right, fuck it. You know what? Salmon berry. Blah, 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 blah. Northwest America. Stout shrub. It was also commonly used by natives with salmon as so there's lots of reasons for it to be a salmon berry. There's a lot of salmon reasons. Yeah. Some dude, some dumb European got invited to have a sit-down dinner with some native Alaskans. And he's like, "Oh man, those berries in your salmon, those salmon berries, those are tight." And that was it. They were named salmon berries. Because it also looks like salmon roe. It does. That's kind of. Not the salmons I've seen. They're more orange than that, but kind of. It does look like little fish eggs. But by that definition, like all berries do. Like all the... What are those berries called that have multiple bulbies? They don't taste like salmon. They really don't taste like much of anything, the ones I've had. Though maybe they vary. A lot of wild fruits vary tremendously based on a ton of factors. I mean, shit, even our cultivated fruits do. Like raspberries, blackberries. Are those called compound fruits? Get out of here. Yeah, it's a berry, bro. Or are you talking about grapples? Because those are... Who cares about grapples? I want to try the cotton candy grapes. Hey, there's a pink salmon. Look at how salmon colored it is. I might be colorblind. I am a little bit. But that fucker don't look very salmon colored to me. It's not even a fruit hybrid. It's just soaked in grape drink. Compound berries. Ah, fuck, dude. Yeah, this isn't going great either here. Maybe it finally slowed down. I did just say it's been really good here for quite a while now. Sunberry, thank you for the gift subs. Much appreciated. I'm only really colorblind if you put two colors next to each other. And then it's really bad. But like, if you showed me every color, I'd get pretty good. I mean, that's not how all colorblindness works, though, Lacquer. My grandfather was completely colorblind. I'm well aware. Mainly because we always laughed at him when he accidentally bought things in pink. He got to a point where, like, he could recognize... but it took a lot of work. Where he could recognize, like, what color family something was in. Pretty good. Based on, like, what shade of gray. He tried to explain it all to us, and it was really intense. I don't think so. My grandpa was, it actually fucked with his career a bit. And not related to me by blood, so I inherited nothing from him, which is unfortunate because he was hung like a horse. He was. When boxers started to get popular, we had to make a rule that Grandpa wasn't allowed to wear them because it was uncomfortable for everyone. I'm not even joking. It was like a family discussion. Grandpa is hanging far too much meat. I always felt really bad because they had a split family after the realization that Grandpa's got a fucking Shetland pony cock. They had a split family. He had an adopted son, and then 2 of his own sons, and then my dad and his brother, all in the same household. I gotta assume there was some serious dick jealousy all over the place going on. What if he was a shower, not a grower? Such a stupid... People don't understand what shower and grower means. If dude's dick was so big, flaccid, that we were like, hey man, cover that up. It's irrelevant. No, it's not. Shower versus grower is misconstrued in this concept that there's like some dude out there whose dick just gets hard and doesn't grow in any way, shape, or form. It's shower versus grower is my dick's a thimble, all right? Until it gets hard, and then you're like, how the fuck did that happen? It's like a robot in disguise down there. Everyone's dick grows when it gets hard. It's just science, y'all. Some of us can't skinny dip because they got a thimble when they're flaccid. Dude, it's seriously like over 200% growth. It's insanity. That's the difference between a grower and a shower. And somewhere along the line, everyone's like, I'm a grower. I'm like, no, dude, your dick's 4 inches flaccid. You should be proud as fuck of that. Some of us over here look like a baby doll. Doesn't she know about shrinkage? Out of the shower, I'm an innie. Go out in the winter, that fucker just crawls back inside. He's gone. See ya. That's not just like a joke about your dick getting a little smaller. That's like, dude, my dick just disappeared. Where'd it go? It's like a turtle. No, out of the shower. It's the temperature change from a hot shower to cold. Honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way. I love it. It's hilarious just how ridiculous it can grow. It truly is. That's not lying. I wouldn't be upset if I was hanging 5 inches of flaccid dick. It is nice it's never in the way. That is true. I couldn't imagine... I guess you're right. I couldn't imagine hanging it all the time. Where's 5-Ho? I had to have a little bit of a fluffer for my camera. For my photo shoot for the calendar. And not because I was taking like full frontal shots, but just because I had to like walk around in front of people. How big is too big for balls? Balls are the worst and they shouldn't exist. And like, honestly, proof that God doesn't exist. Sorry, Christians. One of those weak muscle areas between his balls. Occasionally attempt to escape into his body via hernia. That one even. What'd you just wake up to? Me explaining to chat that God doesn't exist? Because we were born with balls. Yeah, dude, they're just miserable to have. I get why we have them and why we need them, but they're miserable to have. You ever just watch your balls move in the scrotum all by themselves? It's crazy. Wait, what? I don't think I could stare at my dick and balls and not interact with it. Like, I feel like I would be influencing them mentally. Yeah, I can't do it. As soon as I, like, think about it, I'm going to start moving them. There's no way I could just mind off that one. It's also fucking cold in here right now. I took a gander down there, but they're in a safe space. They have a mind of their own sometimes. They're just having a party down there. I don't think so. I don't think mine are. Every once in a while, like, one will fall, but I assume it's just because he was positioned poorly. Or he'll, like, roll. I have the worst balls, dude. Just the worst. I hate them. Don't touch them ever. Stay away from them. Like, if someone even moves towards my balls, I get incredibly uncomfortable. I don't want any ball play. They're far too sensy. When I finally stopped being a teenager and realized I could wear fucking boxer briefs or briefs, life got so much better. Honestly, I should just switch to full-on briefs because they're so much better even than boxer briefs. I'm old enough now, aren't I? A fan of the handy? Yeah, no ball play. Balls kind of flex sometimes. Never together. I don't pay attention to my balls. They're hideous. I have not good balls. Dude, the level of trust between me and another person to allow them to cup my balls is like, I've only experienced it with like one or two people in my entire life. I will say, if you want to support my gentleman in a very loving and friendly way, I'm there for it. But I have to know for goddamn sure that you understand just how upset I'll be. Letting a ball attempt to escape is just really good. I can't catch fish all of a sudden. I guess it's because maybe it's sunny and warmed up too much. Not like it's a reaction that I won't, like, genuinely won't even let anyone go for them. If you reach for my balls, I'm gonna stop you long before you get there. I did have a friend try to convince a girl. Not try, he convinced her. Convinced a girl, but she was like super into me before we went into a bedroom together that I wanted some ass play. And like, luckily for me, I saw him right as we were headed to the bedroom. He's like, remember what I told you? And I was like, so when I felt her hand slowly sliding across my ass, I knew exactly what the fuck he was up to. These were these olden days, chat. Before men accepted, hey, a finger in the butt ain't so bad. Back then, and you caught the gay. Before the vaccines. Full circle. That's still how you catch it? Fuck! I want to say I'm more open-minded, and I definitely am more open-minded than I was many moons ago, but, like, I just don't have a good ass. Jesse, let me see your butthole. Shoot me a picture. Maybe if I... Maybe if I saw some good gay ass, I'd be like, you know what? Mine's not that bad. But I just feel like I got a bad ass. Not like in a badass kind of way. Maybe if I saw enough man ass, enough... I'd be like, yeah, I'm pretty average. Have bear traps for asses? Yeah, I wouldn't put my ass, the punishment of my asshole on anyone. I'd be like, nah, it's just... Not to mention, I got a sweaty ass when especially in the... I get an erection, dude, and my ass is like, oh, time to sweat. I'm like, what is that about? I'm not even hot. I don't think your ass would... That's exactly what I'm looking for, Jassy. I'm looking for some sweet ass, some not so sweet ass, to give me confidence in my not so sweet ass, so that I could be like, hey, let's take a stab at this. Yeah, I need to set some baselines for man ass. What kind of like man care is going on back there? What are y'all doing to prepare your buttholes for finger bang? Before getting all up in it? I mean, I know this about lady ass too. Let's be real here. Sorry, ladies, there's none of you left, but if there were, they ain't all great either. Not all. It's definitely not porno up there. See my fiance in 2 years. Fair, Jassy. Fair point. As someone who has been single, I don't know how long, and no intention of trying, it's fucking Jumanji down there. I think I heard Kevin Hart screaming. New Jumanji reference? Yeah, he's tiny. He's the perfect size to fit in your bush and get lost. Like the baby birds in Family Guy Beard. I don't think the new Jumanjis are terrible. I like Dwayne Johnson. I'll admit it. Plus, I found out he raises his own fish and fishes. I mean, that's pretty tight. Way to go, Dwayne. So I just spent $30 to get here, and I'm kind of like, maybe I won't. Get to the third date tension, you know. What the fuck's third date tension? I've never been on a date, let alone 3. I stopped. No, I've dated in my 20s, I guess, but like, not a date. The last 3 girls I've dated, it's been like, hey, come visit me at my home. That sounds creepier than it. Nah, maybe not. The last 3 girls, no, that's the last 5 or 6. He could not be Bond. What? There's no debate there. Bond is savvy, not Dwayne Johnson. How's he gonna win over fucking Octopussy? Flexing his pecs? Gross. I'm upset by this. Yeah, you could be triple X. I agree. A bad guy in Bond? Perfect. Also acceptable. I need to find a really good spot. Tommy, where is your rough spot? Is that still active? If you choose between The Rock and Tom Holland to be Bond, Tom Holland. Easy choice. Is the char spot. Damn it. Tom Holland can look less 12. Melon. I wonder if there's somewhere here I could find him. Can you forage for food? You can fish up food. You can cook your fish and stuff. But no foraging for nuts or berries, no. Do cell phones, specifically iPhones, do they vibrate different based on what the notification is, or have I just made this up in my head? I mean, I know it could, but the question is, do they? Ooh, ooh. I think I need to get some... No? I swear to gosh, it feels like I can tell the difference between an email notification, my PayPal notifications, and my text messages, but I've never known for sure, and I think sometimes it's just what I'm expecting. You set it up to do that. I definitely didn't set my phone up to do anything. I have no idea how it works. My daughter is the only person in the house that can help me with my cell phone. I'm officially at that age. I think for you a text buzz is different. I swear the text specifically is very different. And the messenger, which I think is the same as the text, but I like... Yeah, like a Twitter notification and an email. That's what I got them in these little categories of how they feel. I still look because I'm like, it could be a text. And then I'm like, I knew that was an email. I get so many goddamn emails. Worst decision of my life was signing up at a PAX as a content creator. We got Japanime Games. The holidays are here. And some Asian word I can't pronounce. New video editing service designed for streaming. Oh, baby. Don't get snagged all up in that bush. Oh, baby. If someone makes me a Billy the Bass VTuber thing, whatever those are called, VTube, then I will become a VTuber, yes. Insufficient energy, my ass. Squish these fish, squish. Ditchy, thank you for the prime sub. I thought I saw a fish. It was the weirdest thing. Aw. Where'd my fish go? It's just like real fishing. Wait, why are you slack now? I need to get some tiny feeder rods for this shit so that they're more sensy. Too small. horrible. And they have so many things wrong. It's saddening, honestly, for being called Bassmaster. You really think they'd at least understand bass fishing before they call themselves Bassmaster? Just get some pickers. I don't have any money. And I don't have skills in that. Skills, man. Skills. I'm at 99.9% spin fishing. Bought Prime by mistake, might as well use it. Have the money, did I buy a house? No. I spent it on things that I could actually use, unlike the house. The house is 90 grand. I'll never save 90 grand. Ever. Big rough. I should force myself to use a bobber here. Just for the skill. Oops, I didn't mean to pick that route up. No. Too deep. Or too shallow, whichever way you want to look at it. Oh, right. Current. Current sucks. I caught a fish with a bobber. Hell yeah. Achievement unlocked. Ooh, baby. It's too shallow in that one little spot there. A little bump in the ground. Oh, actually, I bet it shallows up closer to the grass and there's a little deep trench through here, huh? Is that a giant rough? No, it's a regular sized rough. It looks so large. Come on, bobber. The Fisher Online is just, this. A less finished this. He also awkwardly, like, straight copied the style and title of The Hunter, which is really weird because he's not affiliated. I don't just mean in the naming, I mean in, like, the way it's written. I'm pretty sure it's just European as well. Yeah, it's the Fisher, just like the Hunter, which is super... Feels like he's just, and like I said, it's pretty much just this, reskins, and less done. I feel like he's just, you know, uninspired game dev. I think he's also the one that did Atom Fishing, which is funny. Because that game's goofy as hell. Oh, you can buy a Fisher DLC for North America? There you go. Just Fisher Online? Didn't the Atom guy do a real fishing game too? Maybe I'm getting my games confused. Publisher for Atom Fishing too, but not the dev. Okay. I thought he was a one-man dev anyway. New Lake looks wild, yeah. Are these roughs gonna slow down now that the sun is up? Stay on the bobber, Richard. I know it's painful. I know it's suffering. Is that just a buy-in game, Fisher? Not a free-to-play? Not a grind? I'm a disgusting human being who prefers the grind. $15 game? Yeah, I thought so. It's buy-in and grind. Oh. The double dipper. I do like the grind though, man. It's give me long goals. Cause like Fishing Planet, the grind was so short. And super easy to just shorten to nothing if you spent 20 bucks. Yeah, huh. It does seem like it slowed down when the sun came up. Damn you, weather. I don't really care about fish species, though. That doesn't affect me. I I mean, I wouldn't hate North America because it'd be another lake, but I don't care if they continue to just do Europe. It's irrelevant to me, fishing. Alright, I lied. I can't do it. I can't do it. I want to try things, and that ain't it. This isn't the rod I want. Oops. Different comma. I'd rather see someone attempt to take on the ocean, even just, I mean, I guess Fishing Planet did a little with Reds and Snook. I'd like to see more like that, even just like ocean bay fishing, like from shore and from small skiffs. Not necessarily deep sea, but... It's different on every map, Rosewood. I do own Fisher Online? Probably. I get gifted games all the time that I didn't know I could reject. Deep sea is just really hard to conquer, I think, because it's so different. To really add realism to that is it's a completely different beast. The majority of the game will just be 2 hours reeling. You know, it won't be... You're not casting. You're not walking around. You're on a boat that's so rocky and choppy and... What are the shiny balls on the end of your rod? They're bells. When your pole gets pulled on, the bells go off. So you don't have to watch. You can be over here like, this grass smells good. This grass bends to my will. Go crab fishing. You can crab fish from shore, though. But again, that's not fishing either. That's like crabbing, it's called. It's not. I don't know anyone that does it that calls themselves a crab fisherman. That's what I'm saying. It would be a very different beast than... Huh. It just died when the sun came up. Wild. Alright. Well, at dark, that's good bait farm. But that's the part that Fishing Planet left out. I would have loved to have seen them take on the other species beyond just the 2 sport fish. I think they just had reds and... Oh, maybe they had tarpon, I think, too. Besides the 3 sport fish, then. I would have loved to have seen them take on all the different small fish of brackish water. Tips for a beginner. Don't get too caught up in the grind. Too many people try to play optimally, and I think in turn burn themselves right the fuck out. Sometimes you just gotta go fishing for tiny fish, even when you could be fishing for big fish. As far as gameplay, though, it's gotten a lot easier. They've got the rod kits. I would recommend getting into 2 bottom rods as quick as you can. The 2 starter bottom rod kits are really good to get you rolling, giving you the ability to fish with a 3rd rod to spin or bobber. I would avoid what I'm doing here as long as you can, because it's just good for you to level your other skills. I, like a fool, bought 3 bottom rods really early, and now I'm way behind in bobber fishing and hate it. Be careful with premium. If you want to buy premium because you want to level faster, you're going to end up out-leveling your ability to make money. So you're going to have all these lakes unlocked that you don't have the gear to fish, which is frustrating. Someone said it well in my chat the other day. I wouldn't buy premium until you understand why you really need it, beyond just, I want to make more experience. Yeah, I know, Lackert. I agree that I hate bobber fishing too, but I think that it would have become better had I done it, because 1, I would have gotten more comfortable with it throughout smaller lakes where it was easier, and 2, I would have unlocked more bobber stuff to make it just better. There's some really good bobber stuff, like sandwich baits specifically is amazing, that can only be done with a bobber, and I am hindered from certain types of fishing because I didn't bobber fish. Man, you sure think there'd be all kinds of little trash fish right here? It's like Trash Fish City. Just can't find anywhere to bait farm consistently, damn it. I mean, it's rough, but my other skills are there. I just didn't do it. I've been 80% in both of these for a very long time because I just focused on bottom, and if I was using a 3rd rod, it was either a 3rd bottom rod or a spinning rod. It could have been a bobber, and we'd have a lot more balanced skills. Alright, Actuba. I want a bait farm. I'm leaving you. 11.7, Jasky. Wow. I'm not sure how I got to 50. I've been saying that for like a year. At some point I found a way I enjoyed it. And I've been using it a lot more the last couple days. And it's just not going up. I had a little success over here yesterday, but not great. Maybe it'll be better. Raptor, was it you that had the good bleak spot here? Someone gave, I think it was Klein. Man, those salmon just haven't been big for you today, Jasky. A lot of those, huh? You fish bleak on Oldberg. I thought about trying there. Hardcore's tried to sell me on this place yesterday and it didn't do great. did catch quite a few frogs, though. Weirdly just out in the middle of this pond. It's like frogs swim or something. I'm just super close to getting 90 harvesting, and I'd like to get it so I can start harvesting cockchafer larvae. Winding is so noisy. It's unreal. Oh. That bobber was just underwater. That's what you get when you set it down. Oh, I'm using a bloodworm there. Like 35 or something, 5-layer. Weren't you fishing for him yesterday? You were just fishing for him for fun? I couldn't remember how to do it. 40 to 70. I need to get size 22 hooks, I think. I think they're better for bigger ones. I don't know where the eel spot is. I was fakied. Did you see that bobber go under and then pop right back up? I was fakied. Is that really? Did I really just set that in the water behind me? Where the fuck is my fish? Can't turn these into bait. I'm gonna try right here. I've had better luck, or used to have better luck with bleak super shallow. So it was really weird when I was suggested this spot that's a little deeper over there. But it was working, kinda. When you caught a fish, it was a bleak. But that's flies in general, I feel. The bleak just seem like they make a really nice all-around bait. You catch all kinds of shit on them, too. Is that line swimming to the left? Nope. Just the water moving, confusing my brain. Maybe I should go after like a common minnow. Did anyone ever find those on... Did you find those, Raptor, during our tournament on Corey? They gotta just be right around the shallows of Corey somewhere. You do 30 cent. You do specifically 30, huh? He's sleeper. I know I found some common. Alright, I'm headed to Quarry. I'm just traveling all over the place. Common minnows. Maybe those. Or these lake minnows. Either way, I can squish them. Just find a small squishable fish. You'd think it'd be something like this. It's where minnows hang out in my neighborhood. What do minnows like to eat? I think just regular old worms, huh? Did I move in next to the noisiest spot? Yeah, I'm not going to listen to that over and over and over again. Oh yeah, that looks like minnow territory. Or maybe out by the islands. You see a lot of small fish out there. Oh, getting a bite. I see the fish. I don't know what it is, but I sees it. Stupid perch. Stupid perch. If you were smaller, I wouldn't mind. You're squishable. But you're my least favorite fish to squish. Watch for fish. You can use them at 1%, but then they're dead, and you're going to catch more like catfish and burbot. They are still effective, but you end up throwing a lot of them away. Maybe I need to go out to one of those little islands. I see a lot of shit out there. Also away from these fucking flies. Oh, I need a crying room. Build one of those in my yacht. Oh, I see little fish there, but those aren't real, right? They're just, oh, they're cute. I love being able to see that shit. Where you headed, Tommy? Oh, is that an actual fish coming in? It's a roach. I seen it. I should be watching my bobber. Oh, he's on there. I do love it. You're too big to squish. Wait a minute. That's a minnow, I think. What else could be that small? Oh my god, it's so cute! Man, he's struggling, though. That is the smallest hook in the game, right? Yeah. The hooks don't get no smaller. He's hooked up. There's my boy. Oh, my bobber's getting action. That fish too big in there, I think. Night, Jessie. I love seeing them. I could just reel it in, but like... Fucking mosquitoes, get out of my ear. Nobody wants that. I don't know why I get so much joy out of watching them. That fucking hook is against that bobber, huh? There's got to be a more active spot than this for common minnows. Can I even squish that one? What size do they need to be to squish? You're a lake minnow. Can you not squish common minnows? Alright, well, you know. They're too fucking common. Too basic, bitch. Oh yeah, you're a tiny roach. I can squish you. Eat it. The worm's trying to get away from you. Don't let it. You on there? I think you're on there. You're too big to squish. Can't believe you can't squish common minnows. Oh, I have one. I didn't even know I had one on my bobber. I do know there was a spot out off that island where I could catch small giblets. Ooh, high visibility here. I like the visibility. Let's not cast across the tiny creek. Alright, well, you know, sometimes you're an idiot and a moron. Not as good a visibility as it looked. I'd love to buy your baby fish. They do just get hooked and just sit there sometimes. He's just living. Yoink. Oh my god, you're 1 gram too large. An active bait fish spot. You need Balea? Don't bait me back to Balea. Tommy keeps doing that to me. There's a fish on this? I can squish it. A squishable one. But what if I went to Balea? It usually ends in sadness and regret. I wish there were more places like this where I could see in the water. It's nice to just check your lines and be like, hey, is there something sitting down there? Because some of those small fish, it's really hard to tell. Oh no, it's 50 to 100 grams to squish a roach. I ain't got no fish to squish. He's out in there. Yeah, Tunguska's always pretty good for the grayling. I do as high as you can, Tommy. All these are just slightly too damn big. Oh, I love it. I do it all the time in real life too, correct? Yeah, I love sight fishing. It's so much fun. A lot of time, you don't see the fish until they start pursuing the bait, you know. They're surprisingly camouflaged. So it's real cool to throw out and see. Fish come chasing after it. I guess I'll try the old berg option. We'll find something. We'll spend a fortune finding something where I can catch some damn bait fish. What'd you say, right of the bridge? Can't see in the water here. Well, right off the bridge? I wasn't a good listener. Who'd have thought? Let me know if you find bleaks when you're frogging, Tommy. They usually hang out hand in hand. Don't want to do it alone? That's fair. I don't like fishing alone either. Usually go out with my brother or a friend. Singular friend. Occasionally a viewer. Twice last year I went out with viewers. Ow. One of them even left a tackle box full of lures, and I thought it was like a classic attempt to come see me again, but they never came back. Coward. Did my bobber go under while I was gone? Wow. Twitch added the ability to just check your follow age, unless you're on mobile, in which case, my bad. What? Did I have concerns about being murdered by a viewer? I mean, not anymore, really, than I have about getting murdered normally. And a box of lures with that bike blood. I mean, I've had my moments for sure. I'm not gonna lie and pretend like there weren't times meeting a viewer wasn't like a little bit sketchy, but for the most part, man, it's just meeting the person. The sketchiness goes away. I'm more concerned that like I just really hate them. You don't think you left lures? You definitely left lures. I told you this before. A box of spinners. Spinner baits. A clear plastic spinnerbait box. I've used one. Unsuccessfully. I hate spinnerbaits. That bleak spot wasn't bleak enough. And by that I mean 0 bleak. That is hard to believe. Excuse me? Did I just walk over that tree? Kinda. Alright, well this is a fun game. Now the sun's gonna go down, and they're gonna abandon me. What about a white bream spot? Anyone got one of those? Maybe I could find one of those. There's rough here too, huh? Alright, I was lied to about this spot. Alright, somebody said Balea. Where's this Balea spot? I'll keep wasting money. She keeps it behind her door. That's a good place for it. Hurry, the sun's going down. You don't have long to tell me. Where? 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 It's where the water goes over the island. Jesus Christ, what is this? A D&D quest? Toward the field next to the rock. You mean right here? Do I fish right here? This is technically dry, I think. A little splooshy. This rock? Hurry, the sun's going down. What field? Is this what you're calling the field? And not the mountain? Okay. Like just out there willy-nilly? Up close and personal? It's dark now. They're not there anymore. I don't think they bite at night. I've never had luck with them at night anyway. Now I'm on belay at night. Who the fuck's idea was this? We're about it ruthless to me, though, is the problem. What other fish are out here? Gudgeons. I'd take gudgeons. Love a gudgeon. I'll take frogs. Off the bottom. My spin fishing went up. I've never caught a frog at night in this game. Excuse me, why are you so heavy? I didn't know roaches would eat a fly. And I think I have tiny leaders on there is why it was, yeah, so heavy. 4 kilo leader on there. Guess I was try harding with tiny leaders. Weirdly, the frog came from this route and not the one closer to the grass. Just the one that's just out there. Eight feet further to my right. Yeah, but I caught a frog. Can't move now. Tommy hasn't caught a frog. I haven't seen it show up in chat. The frogs even, they gotta be pretty big, I think, to show up in chat. I think I should try swapping these off flies for the night, because I really don't think they bite. Bleaks bite worth of shit at night. Smelt is a bait fish, but I can't find them consistently anymore. There used to be a hot spot on Ladoga for them, but I just don't know where they moved to, and I have spent far too much time trying to find them. Could have landed them both. Catching night frogs, Tommy? Working on the night frog. Ah, a gibble carp. That one's awful close to shore. as of December 1st. All of those spots that get posted online never work for me. Ever. I went to one yesterday for roughs, and I caught literally everything but every other fish under the fucking sun. All these damn roaches are too big. I can't use smaller hooks, game. Give me tiny baby fish. I'm gonna go check those Ladoga smelt. I'll waste another 20 bucks. I don't need my money. But I'm not gonna sit here all night not catching shit. There was a frog there. I'm not disappointed. Oh, Ladoga's expensive. 30 bucks. I've spent so long looking for smelt. They used to be so much fun. 35.68. Which way's that? Not that way. That's gonna require a boat ride. It didn't, I don't think. But it was a shortcut. Nature worms. I don't trust nature worms. We're going to try one caddis fly. Pond area? It did okay, but not great. Not good enough for me. And it also has the same problem of pretty dead at night. One nature worm. And if there's truly smelt, the best bait in the game. Might have needed to cast a tiny bit further than that. And I read that as come Hitler. Oh! The sweet sound of success! Smelt. It's really hard to tell, I bet, if these are on. I heard one of them jingle, though. Let's go with 8 meters. Got one. Too small. Why these smelts so small? That's a gibble carp. I'm gonna trust my gut here and say nature worm really isn't the best bait for the job. I threw that back out real quick, but Big Daddy. Yeah, caddisfly seems like a much better choice, or a mayfly. Tommy, I found smelt. Get over here. Ladoga's hot right now. Don't come here. Never mind. I don't want you to steal all my smelt. Smelt beef. Quack, quack. It's a 3-spine stickleback. Wonder if a maggot's good. It's the tiniest bait, I think. Are they biting? Oh, dude, the smelt. They're hitting. Snagged? No. I swear I used to be able to just spam like this and it'd work eventually. But lately I've had to turn my drag up and actually like pull it out of there. Come on, guys. They're famous in the biology world. Apparently all the species of stickleback live in like a really small area in the world in Russia. They've been used in tons of evolutionary studies. Oh, interesting. I'm about to cut it. This hook ain't worth that much to me. There's stickleback all over the northern hemisphere. Oh, well, I was lied to yesterday. Oh, I think I've been checking the wrong rod. Dude, I'm about to seriously cut my line for like the first time ever. I'm so upset. Yeah, it's huge. They're adding a second Lake Ladoga to the game that's out in the middle bit, which is exciting. I think I saw a picture that this lighthouse is actually real. This, like, island lighthouse. This is a pretty realistic scenery. That bit, anyway. Come on. I don't think I can replace my fucking hook here. Oh, big smelt. There's been talk about that for a while now, Kreko. Anyone at the store right now with premium that would look at how much a size 14 fucking wacky worm hook is? The Berserk wacky worm hook? I think it's like 20 bucks or something. I'm so sick of pulling right click here. What does smell good to use for catching? I don't know. In the game. I'd assume they catch about anything out here. They're small enough that probably just about any species will eat them in. Guess I'll go see if I can buy one real quick. Because that's fucking dumb. Ah! Sorry, I don't like birds. It's funny, I tried that pond. But not that one over there. I think this hook is fucking expensive, actually. 19 bucks. Holy shit, that fluorocarbon's expensive. Jeesh. Oh, I didn't need that one, actually. That was wrong. Ah! Drop my vape on my dick! Smelt. Alright, we'll give it one last try. Before I cut this fool. Akadna, thank you for the 6 months. Dude, we are after the chunkiest of pandas right now. Smell. Oh my god, it's fucking snagged again. Okay. Alright. Maybe I should go to the other side of these rocks. Snaggy hell here. I just bought it. Where'd it go? Oh, that one has a size 20 hook. I feel like I might have used a little bigger hooks here. I'm gonna try it. I wish I had some 22s. Caught 4 trophies. Bleak, rough perch. Game's just that easy. Only 2 out of 3 fish, Tommy. Shame. I think there might be a fish on this bobber. Nope, I was wrong. It just like settled, like it wasn't strong enough to pull it down. And I thought maybe that was a possibility. What's this hog? Be careful, roaches. We got 2 kiloliters on here. Oh, that looks like a biggin. That's because it's a roach. And not at all a smelt. Fucking animals, man. They won't leave me alone. Where I go? Crickets, ducks, fish. Yeah, Daddy. Oh, oh! Don't stop! Don't stop! Lift that boy. That was intense. Don't break my shit, game. Oh, you were just line taught. Okay. Are you a dumb perch? You're not supposed to be in here. Oh, it's too hot. It's too hot. Can't handle all these fish. These are the wrong species. Okay, 8 on the friction brakes, too high. We almost snapper-doodled it. Ugh! Are you kidding me? Morning wear. Aw, an unsuccessful cast. How did I get over here? Well. Alright. All the good species have disappeared and been replaced by buttheads. Don't get sick, BGA. Yeah, damn. There was a few here for a minute. Nope, it's not just you. I've commented on it a lot of times. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about it. on there? Yeah, it's not just a mic thing. I have all kinds of audio problems I've been trying to sort out for a long time now. And I have run out of easy options to try to change it. So I replaced all the equipment I can afford to replace. It's near the boat dock, but not. You can't know hardcore. It's my secret hole. My smelts, man. It's near. You can see my coordinates. Oh, no, you can't. I hide my coordinates on accident. Yeah, it's right off the boat dock, pretty much. Sticklebacky. I haven't got a single one of those that's a flag yet, though. Maybe they want a bigger hook. Doubt it. But yesterday I did tell you I wanted bleak, and then you went out and caught trophy ones and left me hanging with the shitty pond spot. Back in the really pikey area in the corner, have you? I have not been having any luck. Anywhere. Until here. I missed the days when they were off the bridge. No, 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 no. Be careful. It's 2 kilo liters here. Let's not break our shit. Oh, we got a fight on our hands. Yeah. That sounds horrible. Oh, buddy. Big Daddy Roach. I'd really like to catch some of these float fishing, but man, how big do those fuckers gotta get to be flag? It might be try a bigger hook. Take it, you coward. Oh, I took it too early. I'm a fucking fool. I'm the fool. 18, a 20, and a 24 out there. I think I tried an 18 because I think that was my best luck on the smelt back in the day for getting size. Ding dong. So the game said shallower, huh? I'll try shallower. Or your guide said shallower. It's crazy how many big fish I've caught on size 24 hooks lately. I mean, kilo plus fish on size 24 hooks. Shallower also caught a fish, but it looks like a roach. Alright, we did a 2-cast study. Actually, what I want to do here is add a fluoro leader. May have no impact. But might also be the key to success. Yeah, it's the consistency I've been catching. I caught 2 kilo tench on mosquito last night on 24 hooks. It's the consistency I've been catching big fish. Not the I know the fact exists, but the consistency that I've been catching decent sized fish on incredibly tiny hooks. I think there might have been a fish on that. This wasn't one. Catching, that's 3 roach in a row up shallow. Let's try a little deeper again. Maybe it's not the depth though, maybe it's just further out. Both of those bottom rods are going too. It's just roachy. Let's try swapping the bait. It said nature worm. We don't trust nature worm. It's too much variety in nature worm. That was a smelt. I sawed it. Too busy. Almost snapped that fucker. Put my back into it. Thank you, Saigon. I appreciate it. Oh, fish are gone. It's over. Spawn lot lasted. Fish. Vic? I didn't even know there was a fish on here. I picked it up on accident. Huh. Just cannot catch a flag-sized stickleback. That far over seems bad. Or it's the mayfly change. I guess that's an option. Who did it? I didn't see. Who jangle? Fish on. We've done it. They're not even good experience for how rare they are. I guess they're not that rare now that I've found them. I feel like they're awkward to find. And you can't turn them into bait fish. No one wants to eat a stickleback. Poor stickleback just wants to get eaten. Alright, mayfly ain't it? That's not the choice. Don't do mayfly. The larva seems fine, but not the full full bug. I should have bought more maggots. I've got to be growing some maggots in my pockets with all the garbage I carry around. They're poisonous? I still love them. Hell yeah, smelt. Got us a hog. Oh, buddy. The amount of times people bring up line tangles. Y'all must have had, you're all Ah. Y'all's dad must have had a hell of a time trying to teach you to fish. Or mom. In my case, my mom taught me to fish, but line tangles just were never an issue, still aren't really an issue to me in fishing. I fish a lot more rods than this and sometimes tighter areas than this. That's actually not true, Sinister. Reread that guide and see where they make you waste hooks, and that guide is also outdated. Over 1,000 of that silver in that guide is into buying hooks that you don't have to buy. I have leveled lure making to 75 without buying a hook. It's just using shitty hooks I took off old lures. It's also outdated. There's been some added stuff in there. Or at least, if not, it's dumb, because there's higher level spoon at one point than that guide recommends building, and it takes the exact same materials. Oh, maybe they just didn't want to buy the spoon mold, but like again, if it also doesn't take into consideration, are you looking for lures for yourself? Are you lure crafting for the only real reason that makes sense to lure craft, which is to get lures? Because you're gonna want to get some skill ups leveling, or get some skill ups making the lures you want, right? That's just the fastest way to get lure crafting 100, but it has nothing to do with like efficiency or anything. If you wanted to speed run to 100. Though even that, it's not that, because you could just spend more money. It's just some guide somebody decided to create, and people follow it for some reason. Because there aren't many options to follow, I guess. I did some lure crafting today too. Apparently we're all on the topic of it. It's a huge waste. It's incredibly expensive. Because if you think that $4,000 to level it is bad, wait until you hear there's a fucking $1,000 knife necessary to make wobblers. And they're just gonna leave all that out of the guide, so, you know. You're gonna go, yay, my lure crafting's 500 or 100. Unfortunately, I don't have any money to buy all the molds. The wood carving knife. Yeah, I wouldn't level it if I were you, Sinister. There's no point. I'll just give you whatever lures you want when I get there. You can just send me materials and I'll give you the lures when I get there. I will say, it's a pain in the fucking ass to get a quality 10 lure. Unless I'm going to invest skill points in it. It's a pain in the fucking ass. I made like 75, no, more than that. Like 125 Xander spoons today, and I got 2 quality 10s. Yeah, I think I will too hardcore before I actually try to make lures I want. I jumped the gun there, got excited. Are you still using shift to reel in fish, Sinister? Because that's a much more likely scenario of what's going on. Back in the day, you used to be able to hold shift to reel in fish without it being too penalizing. But if you hold shift nowadays, you're going to lose a lot of fish. That would be it, I bet. I use most expensive hooks always, Lacquer. On everything. The first thing I do. You're just not... You haven't fished nearly as much as me to compare fishing stats on holding shift. It's bad. The only time it's okay is flat still water. It feels to like it's multiplied by trolling and by river current. And if you combine the two, trolling in a river with shift, I can't hardly land the fish now doing it. I mean, like yesterday, I legitimately said, I'm shifting this fish, and it fell off. And then a couple hours later, I was like, I really want to shift this fish. I'll just do a little bit, and I did like a tappa, and it came off. And they were the only 2 fish I lost within those 2 hours. Same with bobber fish or bottom fishing now. I feel I used to always just shift reel in all my little fish. I'll pick up my rod, press R to see it's there, and then shift reel and the fish is gone. It's been happening to me so bad, hardcore. I don't know if maybe it's a me thing then, but yeah. I mean, I never let go of shift when I played this game any other time in the past. I thought it was a combination of the two hardcore, but I've been testing it. It doesn't seem to matter if I'm lifting or not. It was really exaggerated in the rivers, though, with the current. Like Yama and when I was fishing. When it got really bad was actually fishing the little river mouth on Tunguska. That's where I really noticed how bad it was. I could not shift reel there at all. I don't have an answer either. Except don't shift reel unless you want to lose fish. Twisted's just lost like 2 in the last hour. Try without shift, Twisted. See if you keep losing them. Jassie's having the same. Yeah, I never set the hook except on bobber rods. Are you setting the hook hardcore? You set the hook every fish. Huh, I don't. Never have. Not once in this entire game. It hurts because it's a really awkward button combo that I never remember. And you can't do it like with the telescopic for some reason. The rod you'd want to do it most with. Do you set the hook, Raptor? Usually do. Yeah, you don't lose the fish, you just don't get the fish. You don't get the initial hook. Tommy, you stealing my fish! Fucking drag's too low to lift that damn thing all of whatever it's stuck in. Alright. Wow, yours are so much bigger than mine. Are you using a bigger hook, Tommy? Size 20. I'm using 18s I've switched to now. My smelts have dried up though. It's free. I don't think I've caught a stickleback on the bottom rods either. Oh yeah, no, I have. I'm drunk. catching so many not the 2 species I want. It's my last maggot. Smelt is on a maggot. Caddisfly or mayfly like I figured. 3-spined caddisfly or worm. These big gibbles. Taking over my hole, man. You throwing chum out here for carp, Tommy? My bobber just completely died. Which is weird. Could have swore I was? Hell no. I'm here for the smelt. How many squishable smelts have I gotten? Those are bleak. Oh. Oh my god, the gibbles. We got a runner. We got a runner. Where are you gonna go, fish? That bobber has a fish on it. It's killing me. I put a 2.3 kilo leader on here, hoping it would help the smelt. Oh, that's a big one. Why does it look like the fish has swam above the water level? What's even back there? Am I gonna get spooled by a gibble carp? It's gotta be a fucking trophy gibble or roach. You think there's a common carp here? I think if it was a common carp, I think I was gonna say it'd run harder than that, but it's running pretty good. Common carp on a size 24 fucking hook. And a nature worm. Can't catch them when I'm trying to catch them. Apparently that one was turned up too high. I'm getting spooled because this decided to go down a stream that you can't even see exists. Oh no, I think that is a dead end there. So it's just a waiting game for a 2-kilo fish. I'll be mad if it's my second blue tag gibble. What's your gear level, Insane? What's your highest kilogram reel? The shitty part about breaking that other one is I think I had an expensive fucking cage on there for no reason. Maybe that person's not in my stream and just in our fishing chat. Getting off the starter reel. Saber 60 according to someone in chat. I'd go Saber 60 or Proton Pulse. Bang for your buck is probably Saber 60. If you're gonna be like Tommy, and I mean this in the nicest way possible, but if you're gonna be like Tommy, or even Jassy for that matter, and really get stuck on the 10-kilo reels a long time, the Proton Pulse has a nice bang for its buck, considering its durability, but the Saber 60 is going to wear out faster and repair cheaper. A 2.3 kilo leader, because I was smelt fishing. Smelting stickleback, but I think I got a common carp. I may never be able to land this fish. But god damn it, I'm gonna try. A small Baltic sturgeon? In here? I don't think it's that big. It didn't pull that hard. It would be funny, though. Like a babby one. I've never caught an itty-bitty sturgeon, but I do hear you can get them in the under 1 kilo. Unfortunately, I can't walk over there either. Got my fishing schedule for next year. Hate that fucking lake. Don't know where that lake is. Love that lake. Honestly, it won't be big. It's just tiny gear. Davy, thank you for the 78 months. I'm gonna keep fishing. Tell you what. Oh, I have to reset that up. That is that rod, huh? I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. For Jordan and store for Jordan Darden? Hell yeah. We got a tournament? That was my tournament schedule for next year in my fishing league. Wait, can I walk over here? No, there's a wall there. I'm a little afraid it's going to get up behind those fucking rocks and I'm just not going to be able to pull it no matter if it gets tired or not. I think from down here it would pull. Whatever it is, it's far too big for my gear. Because this is the longest fight I've had with a fish in a while. The internet has this weird fascination with giving you the exceptions of, well, you can, well, you could, and like, it just 9 out of 10 isn't useful information. But he doesn't, Lacker. That's just not true. Even Tommy will tell you that shore fishing from Corey isn't good. Tommy, tell him. Ouch, hardcore. It's horrible. Don't do it. Ding, 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 ding. No, he wasn't even doing well bottom fishing and not spinning. He actually suggests if you were gonna do it to his way, instead do it my way, which was with spinning. And neither are very good. The char just aren't active enough. I mean, again, if you just want to fish a char because you want to catch a char, that's fine. But the dude asked for advice to fish Corey, and the advice is troll. With his gear, troll with small spinners. That's the real advice. If you give him not every single bit of information that exists on Corey, all you're going to do is confuse the lad. He's got low tier gear on Corey Lake. Trolling's his safest, most effective option to make money and not get fucked. At this point, if that fucker gets off, I ain't even mad. I'll take the shame that comes with it. Yeah, fishing with that low tier gear not in a boat is just asking for this right here, except without a cool channel for the fish to get stuck in. I was smelt fishing Doge, so I have very small gear on. And some big fish has decided to eat my tiny little hook and my tiny little worm and run into the corner with it. And I'm not sure I have the gear to ever get it out, but it's still not dead, so. Lucky for that fish, I don't care about that rod or reel, so if he wants to destroy it, so be it. I can only turn my friction brake up to an 8. Oh good, it didn't kill my... Yeah, no, burbot probably won't hit on a bream mix, but I wouldn't recommend going to Corey just to bream fish. It's $30 to get there with an expensive tackle shop, so you can't really do any upgrades or anything while you're there. You could just bream fish anywhere. I don't think the bream are exceptionally big at Quarry. Where are these? Is this fish going in there? What's back there? I don't want to give up on it, but it's also driving me fucking bananas. It looks like it swims above the water. I think the night bite for spinning in general has been better. Still not as good as it should be, but it's been better. I do not like that in this game. They really punish night fishing with spin, which doesn't make sense. I'm fucking stuck on something too. Like every time I log off this game, it's because night. I'm like, yeah, I don't feel like waiting another night. Yeah, anyone can join. It's just Rich Ham. If it was a fish I actually wanted, it would have fallen off the hook 17 times by now. I thought for a second it gave up, but there it went again. It's practically a wacky worm. It's so good. The capital H in Rich Ham, like the emote. Dude, I'd fucking cry if it was a blue tag smelt. I'd get it mounted in real life. Hate that one. Definitely said there was a fish on. Ooh, big smelt. It's a fish, huh? It's really fucking raining. Oh, absolutely hardcore. You can just get fish made, like restaurants and stuff do it. They're not maced after real fish. It's slang for this game. Blue tag is the highest rarity in this game. And quite rare. Like, we were looking at people yesterday who have 100,000 fish and have only caught 2 blue tags. Unique and blue tag are the same thing, I'm pretty sure, Lacker. It becomes a unique when you release a blue tag. Like, who's releasing blue tags? Crazies. I think. I'm not certain, but I'm pretty sure that's the way it works. What makes them blue tags? They're great specimens for their species. Only certain species can be named, though. I mean, the same can be said for blue tag on each lake, though, right, Hardcore? You can't necessarily get a blue tag of every species. There's flag, trophy, blue tag is the way we say it in this game. And then there's nothing, which is just throw them away. They're worth a penny. You're telling me those are 2 different colors, Slacker? You're telling me that's green? This is green? No. That's a lie. That's a yellow. That's a yellow flag. What color are all these bars on the left? What color are the names in chat? Those are all yellow. The same color as this. And this. And this. No. Those are all yellow. Fuck off. What color is the tension bar? It's yellow and red. There's never green. The only green in this game is plants. It doesn't start green. That's not, that color never changes. You're just wrong. I have eyes and I see that the colors are yellow. That rod tip's green. That line is yellow. See? Colors. I know them. I can't even tell I'm pulling drag anymore because of the damn rain. Keep thinking I get out of the roach and then they come back. It does change yellows, though. It's like a light, I drank a little water, but not enough. And then dark, I needed to drink more water. And then red. Because I never drank water, and now I pee blood. Oh Lord, maybe the 38 months. Would you tell these idiots that these bars are yellow? On the left there? It's like baby diarrhea green. First of all, baby diarrhea is yellow. Secondly, that's yellow. How many babies have you had, Doc? First it's black. That's the spooky shit. No, the grass is green. That's green. You're not gonna tell me that's fucking grass green over there, you asshats. It's definitely not puke green. And puke is yellow. It's not green except in cartoons. The inside of a lime is yellow? I don't know what the inside of a lime looks like. Translucent? And The Exorcist. Lime slice. Dude, it depends on which picture of a lime slice I look at. Some of them are green. Some of them are definitely yellow. I don't believe I'm colorblind. I believe the rest of you are wrong. You don't understand. I mean, imagine if you looked at something and went, that's fucking blue, and then everyone else was like, no, dog, that's green. How would you feel? Because I look at that and it's clear as fucking day that's yellow. There's no possible way it's green. Like, not even a hue of green. So I don't care how many times you tell me it's whatever color. It's yellow to me. And there's no way to just tell my brain to stop seeing it as yellow, because it's yellow. It's closer to yellow than green. Fucking A, dude. Analyzed on your ass, chat. Get fucked. Science never lies. Idiots, your eyes are wrong. No, my comfort is a different color yellow. Is chartreuse yellow or green? I think chartreuse is a lie. I need to Google chartreuse to get a refresher, and then I'll tell you if it's closer to yellow or green. How the fuck do you spell this shit? Chartreuse. Not the liquor. Oh, that's definitely yellow. Chartreuse is 100% yellow. I'll have you know that it's known as yellow green. But yellow comes first, not green yellow. I bet there's a color that's known as green yellow. No, they're not the same to me. That's the funniest part. Those two bars are a different color yellow. The one is a darker yellow. The other one is a lighter yellow. I don't think either is like a true yellow. Yeah, I would say it's close, but I don't think it's a true yellow. Not like a perfect yellow crayon. And pick the. We just did that. We just did that, and it said it's closer to yellow than green. So I'm right and you're wrong. It's closer to my color. Yeah, I guess you'd call it a dirty yellow. I don't know what I would call it. It looks like a washed out yellow. Maybe a faded yellow. A sun faded yellow. Yeah, I know what it is. I'm just telling you how, in my mind, how I would describe it. And it's my color. That's all I could, like, we've talked about this before, but imagine if you just saw colors wrong. There'd be no way to really describe that color to someone else. I wonder what it looks like when I look at that. Scroll to the bottom. Which one am I looking at? Which one am I supposed to be seeing is that yellow? Tone variation. I would say it's not exactly any of those. But it's close to the end of that bar at the bottom. Yeah, like cinnamon raisin toast? Dude, can I have like one of those? Maybe? I mean, I'm not wrong though. It's yellow for me. What you're arguing is what color is it for you and I? And the fact of the matter is, for me, it's yellow. It's not green. The end of the bottom bar. I'm talking the right end, not the left end. The left end of that bar is gray. And if you tell me otherwise, I'm gonna fucking start throwing shit. The right end of that bar is gray? I lost the link. I was looking at the second bar up. Yeah, I was talking about the shades to try to identify what the color looked like to me. And yeah, that was the whole thing. I know I'm colorblind to a degree. Certain colors worse than others. Greens, apparently. But it doesn't change the fact that I will always see that it's yellow, and it doesn't matter how many times you guys just tell me it's fucking green. It's not to me at all. So there's really no point in letting me know. They're green. Like these leaves and that grass. And I'll say the same thing I said to you that someone else. There's no way in hell those bars are the same color as tree leaves. And that rod tip is neon green. Like I said, I'm colorblind to a degree. These flowers are pink. There was some orange on that net. The stripe down the middle of those leaves. Yeah. For sure. It's yellow. Yeah, that's yellow. He swam out of his little hole. He went back in his hole. It's like the same color as the bars. Yeah, pretty close. I still think this yellow is a little more washed out, the yellow on the bars, but they're pretty close to the same yellow. Yeah, look at them. The bottom bar is a darker yellow to me, but is yellow as well. I am so curious what it is, but I'm also just so sick of holding right or left click. Hey, that's the guy who just said he's held shift for every single one of his fish. And then he lost one. I need a little bigger leader, hardcore. I need like a 4 kilo or a 5 kilo. I bought some 2.3s and that's what's got me fucked here. Every single fish I've lost since I've come back to Russian fishing, I've been holding shift. Except the like weird false bite ones that I don't know how to stop from happening. I think that's just intentionally there, or it's like telling you that the fish was too big or too small for your hook or something. Has it been 40 minutes on this stupid ass fucking fish? I'm about to break her off. Don't you dare. I want to see it too, but I can't get any actual fishing done, and it's not going to be valuable. It's just going to be a pain in my ass. You might as well. I mean, you you say that now, but what are you going to say in another 45 minutes when I'm still holding this rod? The bars are green. It's not on an ultralight. It's on a regular rod. I've set it down so many times, I cannot believe it hasn't escaped. Oh, there we go. I'll use a different hand. That man's name's Richard, too. There we go. I got another 45 minutes in me with this hand. Look at that baby spin the drag. My other hand's so fucking cold. Sitting on that mouse. No, no, no. Oh, I gotta pick it up. It's so heavy for this gear I can't even right click to lift my rod. It won't even attempt to try. Did you send me a harpoon gun? Oh my god, it's an eel or something, or a lamprey. There you go, Dan. You sawed it. I don't think it's a lamprey. They're like 400 grams. I think it's an eel. I didn't even know there were eel out here. Yeah, it's an eel. I mean, it wasn't totally worthless. It wasn't worth 40 minutes, but it was 26,000 experience, so. Yeah, and it did very little damage to my gear, I bet, because my drag was turned down so low. Have you found any consistency to these smelt, Tommy? Because they feel incredibly random. Just all in here, but no, like, Here's the smelt. Here's... Yeah. Yeah, sometimes a gibble. I haven't got less gibble since I switched to larva. The mayfly larva. Lots of gibbles on maggots and the caddisfly. Everybody jingled once, but nobody ran. I had to say I got less gibbles. Maybe we should try for an eel when it gets cold again. Eel is cold night, right? Or just night? One of the two. It's like my second eel ever. Maybe my biggest. It was. Eel fishing's some alt-tab shit. I'm stuck. Thank you, game. Tell you what, the gibble fishing here, though. Get us a trophy gibble and... Three in a row. I know I'm running out of mayflies, too. And you can't buy them out here. What a cool little boy. It kind of looks like a weapon, you know? Handle. Smack your friends with it. Eat stickleback's poison, bitch. So many smelt to smush. We did catch the marathon fish. I have not seen anything called long tong, and I feel like I would have remembered that. Who jangle? Who jingle? touched a rod that had a fish on it, and it immediately let it go as if I wasn't. I didn't even know you could get the words "fish got away" without having a rod picked up. You learn something every day. Come on, bait crafting, go up. My God, my neighbor's fire is stanky. It's just size 18 hooks and some random bugs. Oh, and some 4 kilo fluoroliters. Nah, that's their fireplace, I think. I swear they burn their fucking paper trash in there, though. Oh, a type of gar? That's cool. I haven't caught a gar. We have some type of long-nosed gar in Lake Michigan that comes up our rivers, but they're kind of a pain in the ass to catch because their snout is all bony. Really hard to get a hook set on. There are some days the river's so bad with them, especially under the dams, that you can't throw like any live bait in the water. They just instantly shred it. I really wish those roach weren't so big. It's crazy how many of those I'm catching are flag with these tiny hooks. I would love to come to Texas and catch an alligator gar. Yeah, that was a size 24. Size 20. I guess I'm using 18, 20, and 24. Really got them all. Oh, this has no bait on it, huh? This must have been the one I lost a fish on. They are large. I think they can get like 8, 9 feet. The one guy in Shad that used to hang out, they shoot them when they catch them because it's the only way to like deal with them. You don't want to bring them in your boat alive, so they just shoot them in the head like an alligator. When you got to bring a gun fishing. Have you disappeared, Tommy? Or your fish just tiny? Let's, the call of the fantasy of final. I don't know what's the best to chase an eel. Is it just a nightcrawler or a fish piece? I'm gonna chase an eel now that I know they could be here. Did I change that leader over? I don't think I did. I definitely didn't. You're so cute. I think since I know the fishing's gonna be so slow, I might throw the old wacky a little bit. Even though it's nighttime. At least keeps my mind busy. I gotta count to like 3 sometimes. Excuse me, fish. If you have basic spinning stuff, Balea's not a bad option either. Don't sleep on Balea. Olberg is gonna beat your gear up so bad unless you're chasing like bream bottom fishing. I hope you can hear me because I don't feel like typing. Okay. I think Balea is great. A lot of people will argue it's not, but the fish there have high value and they're not very big. You're pretty much just casting off the deep side towards the mountain. Be careful casting off the ends. That's where you get into like the Xander and the Taman more often than not. But you're mostly chasing smaller fish. Might get spooled every once in a while. Before you go, I'd recommend picking up some small spinners that you can actually cast. Make sure they're the weight range for your small gear. Because a lot of times the small spinners are sold out there. The thing is, can you throw small? It has nothing to do with the size of your reel. Like the basic, I'm talking the basic starter rod the game gives you for free works great on Balea. The fish are all like under 2 kilos. If you stay into the, like I said, where I was telling you to fish. It's a matter of can you throw 4 to 8 gram lures. If you can cast that shit a decent distance, then you're good to go. The Aquilas are really good, but they're more expensive. How do you find out? When you look at your rod, it'll tell you your test. This is how much it can cast. 3 to 20, 4 to 30, 1 to 7, 40 to 160. That's the ideal range for your lures. That's a fish on, ain't it? Yeah. I gotta swing this fish around me a couple times, apparently. Where the fuck is it? It's behind me in the water now? Nope, not the leader. Wait. to lure. With bottom rods, you take into consideration the baits, the hook, the cage, all of that. I don't know what the basic spinning set is. If it says if the rod ends in L, it's probably good to go. I think this basic one is L. 20 would be the minimum. You're not going to throw it very far. Yep, you're going to cast it like 2 inches. If you want to throw, yeah, if you want to throw further. Doesn't mean you can't fish those. I mean, I can show you real quick. I got it here. Let me... All right. Here. This is a 15. It's a 50 rod. Throwing a 3-gram lure. It's going to look better than yours because I have a high level spinning. Now this is a 1 to 4 rod throwing a 4-gram lure. I get a bigger advantage on the smaller stuff with my big rods because of my high skill and spin rods, but as you saw, it's a lot further. I didn't even shift click this one actually, so some better lures. It's not necessarily better, just sized appropriate for your gear. But big lures don't work at Balea. So if you're gonna throw bigger lures, bigger than like 4 or 5 gram lures, I would stay away from Balea. Is more compatible. That's it. And be careful when you're rod. That's why I've said rod shopping is a very interesting game. Building a setup in general is a very interesting game, and you'll end up accidentally buying shitty rods that don't work for you regularly if you aren't careful. I've done it many times, even when I'm careful. So in that scenario, a 5-kilo rod can do okay at Oldberg. You're going to occasionally get into those big carp, though, and they're going to run you ragged. And the problem with that isn't just you wasted 45 minutes. It's they also damage your gear. So if you're trying to be efficient, Oldberg's tough. It is very fun and kind of like a rite of passage that everybody hook into a 15-kilo common carp and burn their reel up. All the rod stuff. I mean, it's not that complicated once you figure it out. It just takes some time to look at... All the information is there. It's just understanding how that information applies. What is that thing? Oh, it's a gibble. A 15 and 20 minimum test. Yep. Wildly the best rod for Balea is the one you like literally start the game with annoying cranky reel. Crack, 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 crack. That you get at the cottage pond for free. You can go get one at the cottage pond for free anytime throughout the game. You don't even have to be low level or anything. Once an hour you can get one. I did not catch an eel, but we tried, and that's what's important. Is it 15 grams? That's a little high, yeah. I think you'd struggle. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it then. I thought it used to be way better than that. My bobber went under. Damn it. It's alright, he's gonna take it again. Do it, you coward. Little baby fish. Little idiot. Starting target, thank you for the 22 months. I wonder if down here is a little better. Did you try down here, Tommy? Oh, you've gone now, haven't you? Left this area. It's annoying I can't get into them consistently. .2 kilograms. Kilo. Congrats. I'm still using the starter spinning rod. I'm pretty sure the test is 2 to 10 grams. That sounds more like what I was expecting. I'm not sure why his isn't. It was really OP for that. They actually had to nerf the rod and give it half durability and shit because it was just too good. You don't need 2. You can't cast 2 spinning rods at once. There's a smelt order. $6.94 grams? Oh, I thought I found a smelt spot exclusively, but the gibbles are here too. Good night, Dan. No, yeah, that's why it was such a good rod locker. Like I said, that's why they nerfed it a little. Because the only other thing that has that test range... No, I mean, Ultralight doesn't even have that test range. Oh, I didn't change my leaders back. What's the roach order? That fish popped off, eh? Well, that one I've got done. Does it have time? Huh. Don't you get a fish while I set you down. I saw that got away and thought it did it. Common minnow. Can't even squish those. This is a lake. It should be a lake minnow. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, and then you can still use your bottom rods at Balea and throw it out into the deeper spots for burbot or for bream. Or up shallow for random junk like roach and gibble. And your bottom rods aren't useless when you're out there. That's why we suggest bottom rods, 2 bottom rods to start, because you can almost always have those 2 bottom rods out with you everywhere you go, except in a boat. Yeah, I think that's just pretty much the light test range lacquer. Ultralight is 1 to 4, 1 to 5, and then I think light is 2 to 10. I think you can get into like really high-end light that's like 2 to 15 or 2 to 14 or something. Man, I keep having those fish do that to me. Where am I sitting? Secrets. Secret, secret. Oh yeah, I've been float fishing them. When you're in the cafe, you can select the lakes. Float for some whitefish. Oh. Yeah, but I'm after smelt specifically. I'm like 2 points from my stupid next level of bait crafting. I do think it's interesting in this game that you can find a spot for a fish and not necessarily be able to catch it with every technique. Like I had a spot where I was slamming perch last night, or sometime yesterday, with bottom rods, and then I started throwing the wacky worm and couldn't catch a single damn one. Most of the fish you're after out there are about 800 grams, but they're worth a nice chunk of experience and money. Hey, Parker. Twisted Reaper found the shift key again. Because the smelter there, they just aren't loving my wacky worm. Maybe it's my color choice. The smelter definitely there. That's a gibble carp. Could have been a smelt. try a stinky stick. Never catch anything with stinky sticks. There's a bunch of people in chat that'll tell you it doesn't affect them losing fish, but for me, when I shift reel, I lose fish. It didn't used to be that way, it's just gotten incredibly bad for me. And it seems to be much worse to shift reel when you're fighting against currents or against the troll. That myth is going around a lot, no one to prove it. Yeah, it feels that way for me, like, horribly. But I'm gonna sit here and tell you, I'm the guy who says there's no such thing as true science in RF4. But my first hypothesis is shift absolutely fucks you in reeling. Maybe the smelt will fuck with a tiny spinner. I don't know. Maybe I'll throw that spinner into the lake next door. Maybe they'll eat a tiny baby spoon. I have fish to reel in. This is not a fish. It's not to be reeled in. That's also... I have no fish to reel in. I'm a liar. That guy just got super lucky. That char's worth a bunch of money right now on an order at Yama. I change my leader size back down. Can't wait to hook a hawk. I keep picking these up thinking there's fish on them. $1.2 kilos, I'm pretty sure is what it was hardcore. It wasn't like crazy money, but it was like $300 or something. Oh, was it 1.8? I thought it was 1.2. You might be right. I've been wrong before. Like, maybe once. Oh, yeah, I gotta turn my... Drop my leader down, catch bigger gibble. Yeah, it is. I haven't caught one that big. I did catch one today that was flagged. There was also an 8-kilogram chum order earlier, and then it went to a Chinook one, I think, though. A 40-kilo Chinook one. I heard the update for 7 days came out. It didn't seem like trophy money. It's only a couple $100. Huh. Alright, I think it's time to go back up in here. At least we were also catching sticklebacks in here. Oh my god, my fish keep is almost full. I can't tell if my bait's in the water or not. It looks like it is now. Like to set the hook 3-inch. It's like controlling one of the mouse buttons. I never do it, but it's like controlling one of the mouse buttons. Walking the dog is just right click. You can only walk the dog with a top water lure though. So the techniques, the most common technique for a spinner is either just a straight retrieve or a speed up, which is where you reel 3 times and then hold shift until speed up pops up and fades away, and then let go of shift. Each lure has some of its own techniques, and I think there's some other ones you can do with a spinner, but that's the only one I ever use. I don't know that anyone else ever uses anything else. I think more people straight retrieve a spinner than speed up it. I really like speed up on Balea though. I think trout species react well to it. Stop and go isn't really a thing. Maybe it exists on spinners. I've never done it on a spinner. Stop and go is also really hard for me to remember how to do in this game. Most of the time with spoons I jig step them. Which is basically what I'm doing with this now. I don't know why Wacky Worm doesn't give any prompts. I don't think there's anything you can get with it. Maybe you could get a speed up. I'm not sure I've ever tried. That perch grabbed that as I was giving up on the cast. I usually run my spinners a little faster, especially if I'm fighting current. If I'm not in current, I'll run them like a 16, 18. I think most people do like a 12 though. If I'm in current, I'll usually run them an 18 or a 20. 3 retrieval speed? No. That's miserable. I'd like to cast again before my daughter graduates. I like the concept of dragging something slow in this game, but I don't feel like anything stays on the bottom, even when it's heavy. I did try this with that drop shot the other day, though, and it did stuff. Oh, you've never tried it. You just convinced me to hold 3 this long? I always catch, like, everything on my wackies on the pause in a jig step-like attempt. Though I do think slower might be better if I was willing to slow down my jig step with it, like... Do you speed up hardcore when you're running that fast? I mean, I was catching shit on 50 speed in Yama the other day when we were fucking around with some science. You can catch shit on any speed. It got me snagged, though. It did do that. Full stop with open bail? And just let the current run it? I've definitely paused mine sometimes in the current. If I, like on Tunguska and stuff, I'm trying to get it to float a certain spot. Or I feel like it's coming in faster than I expected. Jesus Christ, not again. Yeah, I just pretty much use speed up. If I don't get a fish pretty consistently on a spinner, though, I don't fuck with them. I go to a spoon or a wacky worm. I'm gonna cut it. I'm gonna cut it. I wonder if it's harder to pull this out because the reel is so weak. I used to just open my bail and right click spam to get things out. But I don't think that works anymore. I'm not sure. hasn't worked for me. The first time I've seen the character's face. I don't know why, but every time I see my character's face in this game, I just think of Chiblee. Feels like the kind of thing Chiblee would do in a video game. See you, Twisted. Well, you're definitely not working, pal. Tommy left and took all my smelt with him. How could you, Tommy? Ultimate betrayal. Oh, my keep net is so full. Do I have any big smelt? 1, 2. You said that was like 6, didn't you, Tommy? Come on, baby, level up. Why won't you level up? You did it. Yeah, my happy hour is a long way away now. I'll do that again later. Vivid, thank you for the 79 months. I saw that ripple when I exited the menu. Are you a fish? You are. My bobber just moved. Oh, it moved. Get him! I can squish that roach. Ooh, just too small. And too big. He's like the worst of both options. Oh, my bobber. The greedy attempt to cast. That ain't a fish. The real greed was still trying to set the hook and not just waiting. Let's have a look at our face again. Ah. Bobber? Bobber's underwater. What? Damn gibble carp. I want to poison the water and kill them all. Get it. Get it, you coward. He gave up. He scared me. He came back. I almost set the hook too early. Stop that shit. Fucker. Oh yeah, you're gonna immediately get bites when I set you down. I'm ready. It's gonna go underwater before I can switch. Oh, baby! Is this just gonna get snagged in here? Probably. TNT would be an option. It kill the fish I want to kill, though. Or wait, that I don't want to kill, though. You little dickhead. My heart can't handle this. Oh, come on, you cunt. My other rod's swimming around over here. Oh, ain't missing that one. It was a roach. It wasn't even a good fish. Man, that smelt had things swimming. Oh, my bobber's going. Hurry. It's underwater. It's still underwater. It was underwater, game. Look at that fat lad. Keep that full. I'm about to go after some trophy gibbles here. I don't need them, but I know the minute I switch to targeting gibbles, I wouldn't catch anything. Ooh, fuck you, game. I'm gonna ride this boat out of anger. Angry boating. Did we get rich doing this, Tommy? Are we filthy rich? I have other fish to squish. Hey, Ruff. Probably a roach. Maybe a gibble. No gibble. Maybe a perch. No perch. Alright. I hear my bells. They jingle jingle. They jangle too. 6 tiny roach. Oh, that's nice. It's 6 roach that aren't flags. 6 giant smelts. I have 3. 5 sticklebacks. I have a 4-kilo eel. That's a decent prize. I should go after more eel tonight. 8 big roach. I have 6. 6 50-gram perch. 2 350-gram crucians. Oh, I brought shit with me. That's part of why I'm so overweight. That's a $50 eel? Wow, that really was worth my time. $0.42, baby. 4 kilos a trophy? Is it really? God, why are birds so dumb and loud? Need 2 more of those now. Do eel have to be at night hardcore, or can you catch them whenever? Just way better at night? Or is it temperature related? I can never remember. Yo, I'm starving to death. When did that happen? No, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna use the bobber more. The pain and suffering of bobber. I'm gonna run out of mayflies here real soon, aren't I? Yeah. Anybody at a store trade me some mayflies for kisses? They don't sell them here on Ladoga. Yeah, larva. Fuck you, you were underwater, you little prick. I've been doing nothing but scooping for days, but you just can't catch larvae fast enough to use them like this. Sir, please, sir. Sir. Yeah, we got him. And it's worthless. Oh shit, that's a lot. I have this 10 out of 10 Xander spoon. Oh, that thing was going down all slow and stuff. I should have waited. It's gotta be underwater, Richard. My bobber just went under. Oh god, I thought there was a bug on my chest, so I dropped my fish. It was just the cord of my microphone touching me. Bad touch. Come here, fish. Is there a good eel ground bait? Probably. Piso fish. I think that's eel extreme. You don't have a long night on Ladoga. Piso fish. I think this has a tiny leader on it. It does. Let's fix that before it gets dark. These weeds are horrible, dude. What the fuck's hitting my piso fish? Maybe it wasn't anything and it was just me setting down this rod that snagged. Come out! Thank you. Oh wait, I pulled that out to change the fucking leader and then just didn't. want to brave one in there again. It's gonna be a slow night. I just don't know the alphabet. Wow, I love that all the big eel here have not been caught on normal eel bait, but random shit. I'm feeling it. Tonight's the night we get lucky, chat. We're due. Deserved. We're all set up early. Oh. Telly records, yeah. I mean, it's eel, so it's like gonna be. Ooh, my pee-pee was out there. Hope you didn't see it. It's gonna be crawlers or fish pieces. I'm committing to fish pieces. I feel like it's really just saying eel or bust. Killed that stupid mouse that's been sneaking in my house. Shitting on my spoons. I don't know why he likes to walk into my spoon drawer. I've tried like 4 or 5 different modern mouse traps. I tried a new one just now. Fucking mouse took all the peanut butter off it. Didn't get got. But you know what never fails? The classic wooden spring mouse trap. They're always on, man. The best. The weekly leaderboard for mouse is classic wooden trap. And it's that way every week. The glue traps work too? Those seem fucked up. I haven't tried one. Bucket rolling bar peanut butter? I prefer bucket water. They just fall in the water and drown. I don't want a bucket full of mice. Bucket full of dead mice? Don't really want that either. Though I could drive a bucket full of mice to an enemy's house and drop them off outside. They had one slice left, and this little piece that ripped off the end of another piece. It's desperate times over here. We're fishing for eel right now, maybe. I was smelt fishing. Accidentally caught an eel. Saw there's an order for a trophy eel, so now I'm distracted by eel that won't ever bite, but here we are. I figure the Ladoga nights are short enough, it's not that big of a gamble to try for an eel. Yeah, I didn't think you wanted me crunching Doritos in your ears, but... I was smelt fish. Well, that was eel fishing overnight. Now I'm smelt fishing. Trying to get my bait crafting to 90 so I can have a new bait to dig up. It's not really a pond either. It's a cove off a very large lake. A very large lake. Look at that boat. Bunch of fatso gibble in here. Just big fat fatties. I was going to leave that eel one in for a little bit, just to see. It's still early. It's still cold. Who did it? I wasn't looking. Oh. That's not a smelt. I'm about to target these gibble. That's a smelt. No. I thought these were fucking locked. This one's swinging around like a wrecking ball. I think I needed that one for that shitty order. At least it's a few bucks. I'm curious, what did that guy just catch that? Corey Charon. Ah, a cockchafer and a cricket combo. Oh, that wasn't him. Dung beetle nightcrawler. It makes sense. Bugs. Trout do love bugs. Big bug people. Hey, Crane. How do you feel about bugs? They freak you the fuck out. Like all bugs? Bugs in general? Just moth? That's fair. I could eat the clothes right off you, leave you standing there naked. Terrifying. Yeah, box elders are bad here too. And weirdly, like, they're getting bad as it's getting cold inside. It's like they're all fucking finding their way into my home. You can flick them 9 million times and they just don't die. We had a very traumatic experience yesterday, the day before, where one flew right up onto my earphone, but I couldn't tell if it was in the game or in real life. Because sometimes this game has bug sound. For realism, you want bugs flying in your ears. I would start with spinning reel, because it affects all types of fishing that use a spinning reel. So, bobber with a spinning reel, feeder with a spinning reel, and spinning. That's where I would put my points. My roommate, for years, Crane, was deathly afraid of moths. As in, he was willing to die to avoid them. Not so much that he was afraid they were going to kill him, but like he would have ran in front of traffic to dodge a moth and been okay if he died instead of getting hit by that moth. Still haven't locked that pole, Richard. Can't stand mosquitoes. Mild phobia of them biting me. You're from Texas, right? That's fair. They could take away your meat privileges. How do you feel about butterflies? He didn't like them either. But they're less of a problem. It's really rare a butterfly swoops at your face when you're like trying to unlock the door to your house. Moths, on the other hand. He also hated grasshoppers for the same reason. You'd walk through the grass, and they'd jump erratically in your face. I can use method rigs. I'm the method man. Oh wait, that's the tick that makes you not eat meat, not mosquitoes. That's the Texas tick, not a Texas mosquito. A bat in your house once did that? I never had a bat in my house. I had a mourning dove fly through my doggy door once. And all the way to the opposite side of the house and under my bed. Fucking bird. You just can't trust birds, chat. Climb down the chimney, they will do that. Birds too will fly down your chimney. Oh no, not because of the spy drones thing, but because birds are irrational. Skittish. Flappy. They're like giant moths, honestly. No mouth parts? So they can't even do the 69 moth style lacquer? Like, why be able to fly if you can't fly in 69? Poor moths. I feel bad for them now. I had a fucking blue heron in the middle of the night think my boat was land and try to land on me. It's terrifying and freakishly loud. Yeah, we have a ton of blue herons around here. They're a cool bird till they try to land on your head. Then not so cool. I've had lots of animals attempt to interact with my boat at night when I'm parked catfishing. Raccoon tried to climb up on the side of my boat thinking it was land. Or if you have a fish pond, yes, also true. My friend murked one with a blow dart and was afraid for a while the DNR was going to get him, but it was eating his fish out of his pond and he felt like he had a right to defend it. Once they find that pond too, dude, they just keep coming back. You can never get them. My dad had koi in his pond for like 4 years. A heron showed up, ate him. He's like, ah, they lasted like 4 years. I'll get new koi. The minute he put those koi back in there, another heron, or the same, most likely the same heron, was back. And it wasn't like it was the next day or anything. It was like a couple months later. He's like, I think I'm ready for new fish. Heron was like, I don't think so. Anti-bird technology from day one, like a kid with a blowgun. And steal fish out of his bucket. Herons here wouldn't get anywhere near you. The herons, there's like a white heron. I think it's got a different name in Florida though. An egret. That's it, right? It looks like a heron, but it's white. Those fuckers out there on the beach are basically giant leggy seagulls. You can just feed them. Doge and I were feeding them frozen cigar minnows. Are also egrets. Alright, well, the white herons then. Every time I call them white herons, people are like, that's an egret. And I'm like, well, whatever, dude. It looks like a white heron. A subgroup of herons. So basically what you're saying is no matter what I call it, somebody's going to tell me it's something else. Give me its scientific name so I can get it right next time I speak. So you're saying there's no difference besides their coloring? Is that what you're trying to science me with here? Okay. So blue heron's not anything but a heron. And an egret isn't anything but a heron. But they're both also egrets. Or however that's pronounced. I may be saying it wrong. Skill, thank you for the 4 months. It makes sense because they look exactly like herons, and I remember calling them white herons repeatedly. Ooh, baby. All egrets are herons, not all herons are egrets. A blue heron and a white heron, both herons and egrets. Egret. Egret? Well, it's an E, bro. Egrets. But it's an ET. A white heron and a blue heron are both egrets. Okay. There's a color morph of a great blue heron that is pure white. But if they're the same, is the great... Why did you keep calling it the great blue heron? What's wrong with the great... Is there a special heron that's great? Like something really good about him? His name's Alexander? It's a really good dude. There's also little blue herons. All right. I'm going to call bullshit. Great blue and little blue are different herons. Jesus Christ. Are they both egrets? See, that's what doesn't make sense. You're going to tell me the white heron is the same as a blue heron, just a different color, except wait, there's 5 blue herons. So is there 5 white ones that are all the same? Neither are egrets. I was just told they're egrets. I googled blue hero, and there's a bunch of weird images of blue dudes. When you Google blue heron, you get great blue heron. Nothing about any other heron. The all-white population found in South Florida is known as the great white heron. Debate exists about whether this represents a white color morph of the great blue heron, a subspecies of it, or an entirely separate species. So we're not even sure. Y'all acting like you know science, but Wikipedia don't even know. Little blue heron. It's a completely different bird. Okay, that's not at all the same. It's not like it's just a small blue heron. It's like, hi, I'm a completely different bird. I look nothing like my great brother, the great blue heron. I've heard people say great blue heron. That's not true, but I've never like, I guess I just hear it so rarely. Anytime I see one, and I see them all the time, we just say, oh, look, a blue heron. We never add the great to it. That's why you need the great. You don't, though, because the little blue heron is obviously a very different bird. Does it even live here? No! Bitch-ass bird doesn't even live in my state. That's probably why we don't say great. Do you have great blue herons in the south? Oh yeah, they're everywhere, huh? Wait, you don't even have little blue herons in the south except when they're migrating. Motherfuckers. Why we even gotta bring little blue heron into this? Oh wait, the tippity tip of Florida has them, huh? I mean, blue herons aren't migratory. Or they are migratory, but they're also here year-round. I like when I get called an idiot, when I'm just not wrong. The year-round coverage of blue herons on the American map is nationwide. No, I said little blue herons aren't in my state, and they're never in my state. Never. According to their migratory map, where they spend most of their time in South America and some time in Florida. Juvenile little blue heron. They're white again! I mean, Optimus, the thing is, though, didn't we just get done reading about how the white heron may be a goddamn egret? You know, if you Google white heron, it just comes up now as great egret? Is there a little egret? Snowy egrets are little. And cattle. What are you, some sort of animal scientist, Snark? Yeah, that's tight. Why Toad's got so much piss? Oh, that's a throwback from 6 hours ago. Oh yeah, Lacquered, I asked for you earlier when I wanted to ask you specifically the question why Toad's got so much piss. He's a little egret freak. It gets things that grab them to fuck off. But they get eaten constantly. It doesn't even work. They just piss. What a worthless defense mechanism when it doesn't work. Plus, you just pissed yourself. Nah, dude, I'm telling you, God was like, hey, y'all, let's make these toads piss, because kids are going to want to pick them up, and it'll be really funny when they get pissed on. Because it doesn't do anything to the snakes. Snakes don't give a fuck, they eat them anyway. Frogs don't piss as bad as toads. Specifically toads. Just so much piss. And like frogs, it wouldn't even matter if they piss because they're in the water anyway. Who cares? A little piss. It's probably why they don't piss. Fish wouldn't even know if you pissed in its mouth. That's fucked up to say out loud, but don't pee in fish's mouth. It's mouths. Snark, I'd like you to identify the birds cawing around me. They've all stopped now, but when they start again. That's a woodpecker. We don't need to go over that one. What kind of woodpecker? Woody. God. Oh, what was the one to the left? And what's this woodland duck? And then, oh yeah, there was that one. That's a seagull. They appear to be squawking in Russian. I'm surprised so many of the birds are exactly the same as America. I was shocked how many bird sounds I recognized. But goes to show subspecies and whatnot, eh? You say birds have wings, but like fish can swim. And we ain't got this motherfucker in America. Look at this thing. Don't look how many different gulls there are. I bet there's a fuck ton of seagulls. What's the difference between a mourning dove and the fucking pigeon? Besides its name. Size? Different species. Are pigeons way bigger? A teardrop on its face? I always thought as a kid that it was morning, like in the morning, because you hear them in the morning, and not like, oh my god, someone just died, this is sad. That was a shocker when I realized it. And I'm like, they do sound sad. That's not in America. That's in the water. International waters. Doesn't count. That's just regular duck right there. Classic duck. Regular fake duck noise. Like fake eagle. and or hawk. I'm really upset. Last night somebody said stickleback was some incredibly rare Russian thing, and then tonight I'm finding out they're actually the secret to fucking evolution. I don't remember who said that. Some random chat person. Which part? The secret to evolution? That was Snark. That's I'm paraphrasing what they said, which was they're like been studied a lot for evolution, but that's basically the secret to evolution. Did you also know that fucking injecting toads with pregnant lady piss was a way to test if they were pregnant ladies? I don't know. We talked about this earlier, and I didn't really follow what was happening. Nah, they specifically said all stickleback species because there's a bunch of them in the game. Sometimes people are just wrong. It happens. Science is weird. Like injecting toads with piss. That's where the piss conversation went last time. Sorry, I'm laughing. The internet's a funny place. Because we kept that's probably why, Jungle Pants. Yeah, we kept injecting them with pregnant lady piss, and then they were like, well, fine, we'll just piss. We'll just be piss. What kind of seagull is that? Jimmy, use your app. California gull. Wow. You gotta find the fish. The game doesn't give you fish. I mean, I've been sitting here catching fish for like an hour or 3. But it doesn't give them to you. You gotta find them. I swear to God, I've never wanted to duck hunt so bad as right now. Somebody just set a weekly world record for smelt. Motherfucker. Been smelt fishing all day. I'm already at 131. All right. I wasn't going to say anything, but I just can't get over the guy who came in and was like, I only go for largemouth bass. Zoom super fluke OP. I just can't. It's in my head, man. That was too much for me. He never said anything else all day. Just hit me with his fucking favorite bass fishing lure. Out of nowhere, left field. Trying to talk about toad piss. Disgusting cucumbers. Cucumbers might be the worst fruit. See, it's scientists like you, chat, that have it's a fruit, yeah, that have ruined things. We can't call it a vegetable as it deserves to be called, because then somebody's gonna be like, it's a fruit, and I'm like, oh. How many different subspecies of cucumber are there? Probably not, Wani. I've been combining them as I go. Yeah, you're a scientist now. Hey, there's a crucian. I wish we had those little tiny carp. They're cute. So squash are also a fruit? I don't know, maybe. I don't actually know the rules of fruits and vegetables. And I know that none of our nuts are actually nuts. Except like the ones that are, but most of them aren't. I got a whole jar of mixed nuts and there wasn't a single goddamn actual nut in it, we found out. Absolutely, Dark. There's 22 different cucumber seeds for sale on this seed site. Do they have cool names? It's certainly easier when we just simplify shit. Like, hey, that's a vegetable because it doesn't have, like, enough sugar in it to be a fruit. Miss Pickler hybrid pickling cucumber seed? Well, and it goes against everything I was taught as a child in school about my fruits and vegetables. Nobody ever told me I had to think about tomato as a fruit. There's a cucumber called a dragon egg? Does it look any different? Dragon. I have like 9,000 tabs open. Egg. Cucumber. Pickles. What the fuck? That isn't a cucumber, that's an egg. It just looks like a peeled, a hard-boiled peeled egg. Pick a little. Y'all should Google the dragon egg cucumber. It looks like a fucking peeled hard-boiled egg. It's a little freak. Bananas aren't fruits, they're berries. Yo, dude, back in my day, berries were fruits too. When did berries stop being fruits? No, it was nighttime, Sinister. Tell me how your bleak spot is in the middle of the night. No, but the guy above you said bananas aren't fruits, comma, they're berries, comma, that one blew my mind. They aren't not fruits? Well, you said they aren't fruits, motherfucker. Don't come in here now and try to tell me this. It's confusing me. They fall under berries, not fruits. But berries fall under fruits, therefore they're also under the fruit umbrella. Plantains are just tiny banana berries. That's the part that when everyone tells me I want about the bananas, like, whoop-de-doo. They're still just a fruit. Like, you didn't know that it had a subcategory before and you were okay with it. Now all of a sudden we're calling it a berry and you're freaking out. But, like, an apple's just a fruit. It's probably got some subcategory too. There's also like 94 species of bananas, and they're slowly all going extinct one after another as we continue to cultivate the original cultivated banana is no more. The original banana sucked, didn't it? I don't know. I don't think so. But I know that there's this banana plague that, like, the more, yeah, that is keeps wiping out the current banana. Basically, we've picked the banana that's lasts the longest and has the best growing potential, but there's all kinds of banana species, like tons and tons of banana species that actually exist. We just decided this is the banana the world's gonna eat. Sort of like when we brought up salmon berries earlier. Or the pawpaw fruit. There's all kinds of fruits and stuff that the only reason we don't cook them is because, or cook them, farm them and sell them is because it's just not worth it. The pawpaw fruit rots really fast and it has like hugely varied taste, sometimes just bad. I prefer the simple world, though, where we didn't know all this shit because it wasn't important. And we're just like, dude, bananas are tight. You want a fruit? For my fruit basket that included bananas? You didn't even know these were berries and you never needed to. The fruit that's illegal to transport into the U.S. because of its smell? Is it actually? That's the rumor I have heard too, that old banana flavored popsicles and like banana flavored runts are based on the old banana, but I've heard that's a wives' tale. We'll never know. My mom told me it was illegal to pick a lily pad flower and she was convinced it was the law. It wasn't true. Just in case you're wondering, Jimmy, that one wasn't true. You can pick lily pad flowers. Mom lied to us. Maybe I'm sure Grandma lied to Mom. Or Grandpa, more likely. Grandma wasn't really around. At the end of the day, the world's a weird place. Look at this freak. Look at this fucking freak. You want to see something even freakier than the 3-spine stickleback? I'll show you. I'm not good at the alphabet, so bear with me. You got the 9-spine stickleback. He's got 10 spines. Well, he actually has 10, though. And 3 on the bottom. Yeah, but apparently the 9-spine stickleback doesn't have a set number of stickles on his back. So somebody just picked one up, counted his spines, named him the 9-spine stickleback, and then later they were like, shit, we got that one wrong. Too late now. Somebody already wrote his name down in the book of names. Couldn't possibly fucking change it. So that poor idiot's forever the 9-spine stickleback, and he doesn't have to have 9. He can have fucking 7. Yeah, 9's not even the average number. It's 7 to 10. He should be like the 8.5 spine stickleback. Is it? Tell me its scientific name is actually Pungitius pungitus. Please, that makes me feel better. And one of the best. It is. That's a great scientific name. Well, that's the other part too, right? Like all these fucking regionalized names don't even apply necessarily to your neighbors. Like dogfish here and is completely different in Australia, I think it is. The old keep net's full again. Is dogfish like a cat dog? Pretty much, yeah. Basically, exactly the same. Except with a little tiny bit more fish. It's 2 p.m., chat. I didn't realize that. I've been at it 9 hours again. I think I might hit the old dusty trail, because I'm sleepy. At 2 p.m., which is good. What time did I wake up? I haven't even been up 12 hours yet, have I? I'm sleepy, though. I need to figure out how to get my schedule fixed before my kiddo gets back on Sunday. It's already Friday. He's going to keep fishing. I probably will keep fishing. That's true. But I won't be doing it while trying to argue why things are dumb. I mean, we still have the letters C and K, and they both make the K sound. Like, this world's fucked. We could have just got rid of one. Oh, almost a trophy. How would you spell ice? An S. It's just simple, Jimmy. You're acting like you couldn't have just changed how S works to replace the sound in the C. You could have just done it. It wasn't necessary. We just made it up. Don't pretend like we couldn't have just made it up differently, but without having random duplicates that confuse people. The rules could make sense in English, but they don't. We choose them not to. Choose them not to. English. See how confusing it is? We just decided the rules only apply when we want them to. That's not always. I'm one damn common road short. Oh shit, I think I just sold some squishy boys. Did the game get an update? I don't think so. I don't think since I last played. Maybe. Let me double check that. Oh, 50 to 100. Good thing I double checked that. And K could have made the CH sound if you were wondering. Could have just thrown that one in there. I'm just saying. The options existed. We didn't have to have duplicate sounds. Stupid. Oh, you were already going there. We could have just used the letters. It would have been fine. It would have worked fine. They only sound that way because we decided. No, you would have done the fucking cha with a KHUH would have been cha. I don't care which one you get rid of, just pick one and get it out of here. It's not helping anybody. I just got confused. I was selling fish. Thorn? Why? We could have, but was it less confusing than the current English language? I mean, it's our fault for continuing this tradition of nonsense that's called English. You gotta change someday, man. Haven't y'all started learning what is that keyboard called? Because it's better. All right, I'm leaving. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate you and putting up with my nonsense. I'm gonna probably fish a little more. Maybe find some more foods to put in me. Dispose of a rat corpse. It's a mouse, not a rat. Yeah, the Dvorak. Have a wonderful day, y'all. See you when I see you. I don't know when I'll be on next because dumb sleep is dumb.
Bye.